We are now going to go directly to Washington to join CNN senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer.
Lyndon, the White House has been informed that the 37th President, Richard Nixon, has died. Only moments ago, the President was informed, the senior staff was informed. Sources here tell us that the President will be coming out into the Rose Garden probably within a half hour or so to make a statement. The White House traveling pool has already been alerted that the President will be coming out to make a statement about the death of Richard Nixon, which of course tragically does not come as any surprise. He has been in a coma for the last few days. The President will immediately issue a declaration proclaiming a national day of mourning, and he will of course immediately also order that all flags will fly at half-staff for 30 days. There is an elaborate procedure involving all sorts of protocol involving the funeral arrangements for President Nixon. We are told that President Nixon's coffin will be flown aboard a U.S. Air Force 707 from Stewart Air Force Base outside of Newburgh, New York, to El Toro Marine Air Base in California, near Yorba Linda, where the Nixon Library is and where Mr. Nixon will be buried. But once again, confirming here from sources at the White House that President Nixon has died. Only within the past few moments, the White House at least was informed of that officially. Lyndon?
Thank you, Wolf. Mr. Nixon suffered a stroke Monday afternoon at his home in Park Ridge, New Jersey, about 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. As he was coming downstairs for dinner, he was able to summon his housekeeper, who called an ambulance. He was rushed to hospital, where eventually he lapsed into a coma. As in the wake of the stroke, he suffered severe after effects, a swelling of the brain, which led to more serious consequences. We're now going to have CNN's Mark Leff take a look at the life and the career of the United States' 37th President.
My goal at this late stage in my life is to be remembered as one who made a difference, particularly in the areas in which I've been primarily interested, the areas of foreign policy, peace, freedom, free markets, democracy around the world.
Richard Nixon's political career was a continual battle with public perception. Throughout it, he was preoccupied with the notions of personal honesty and perseverance. The fiercely anti-communist young congressman of the late 40s waged what some people called the dirtiest campaign on record to win a Senate seat in 1950. It earned him the nickname Tricky Dick. Within 2 years, he was the Republican Party's choice for vice president, campaigning on the twin themes of anti-communism and democratic corruption, and suddenly facing Democratic charges that he had taken improper campaign contributions.
It was a little Cocker Spaniel dog.
Nixon defended his honesty in a television speech named for the family dog Checkers, a speech he said years later was the most important of his life.
I don't believe that I ought to quit, because I'm not a quitter.
Dwight Eisenhower kept him on the ticket. Nixon became president in all but name 3 times during their 2 terms because of Eisenhower's illness. The vice presidency gave him both a taste for the top job and a chance to study world affairs firsthand. A mob attacked him in Venezuela.
And will be...
Nikita Khrushchev shook his hand in Moscow. After 8 years as number 2, Nixon got his party's nomination for the presidency.
Good evening.
Most observers agreed that despite Nixon's effectiveness on television in 1952, he didn't come across as well in the 1960 televised debates as did his Democratic opponent, John Kennedy. Nixon lost that election, lost again 2 years later when he tried to unseat California's Democratic governor, and then, uncharacteristically, told reporters he wouldn't be back.
You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
Through the Kennedy years of near-nuclear confrontation with the Soviet Union and the beginning of the U.S. troop buildup in Vietnam, Nixon began working to reunify the Republican Party. Watching Lyndon Johnson push his massive social spending programs through Congress in the months after Kennedy's death, working for Barry Goldwater in his unsuccessful challenge to Johnson in 1964, and watching the Johnson administration fighting a larger war in Southeast Asia, and as a result, fighting a runaway economy at home. When Johnson lost his personal war with public opinion and decided not to run again in 1968, Nixon, dubbed the new Nixon, emerged as the Republican challenger to Johnson's Vice President, Hubert Humphrey.
This time we're going to win.
With third-party candidate George Wallace taking conservative Democratic votes away from Humphrey, Richard Nixon finally got what he'd wanted since 1960. With the Vietnam War a major domestic issue, the new administration began pulling U.S. troops out of that country in mid-1969. But during Nixon's first term, the cost of the war and other federal spending helped push inflation to record levels. And in mid-1971, the president reluctantly ordered wage and price controls for the first time in 20 years, adding a 10% tax on imports, ending the traditional and artificial $35 an ounce price of gold. The 3-month order turned into a year-and-a-half program that had only mixed effects on the economy and left Gerald Ford still trying to clean up the mess with a public relations campaign years later. During Nixon's first term, American soldiers extended the fighting in Southeast Asia to Laos and Cambodia. The president ordered U.S. troops to bomb North Vietnam for the first time in 4 years and to mine that country's ports. In 1972, after months of secret diplomacy, Richard Nixon went to Beijing on what he called a journey for peace, an attempt to normalize relations with China's communist government. 3 months later, he was in Moscow, another first for a U.S. president, negotiating with Leonid Brezhnev to cut back nuclear missiles on both sides. And just before the election, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger strongly hinted the long-running war in Vietnam was nearly over.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Nixon later said he hadn't wanted Kissinger to go that far, but there was no question the international developments were a help in his bid for re-election. His Democratic challenger would be George McGovern, a senator from the liberal wing of the party. In June 1972, 5 people broke into the Democratic National Committee's office in Washington's Watergate office complex, the first public link in a tangled chain that would later tie Nixon to another first, the first U.S. president to resign from office. Nixon won the 1972 election with nearly 2/3 of the popular vote and almost all the electoral votes. Within days of beginning his second term, he announced a Vietnam peace treaty, the end of the draft, and the beginning of a diplomatic relationship with China. Also within days, 2 of the Watergate break-in defendants were convicted. The others had already pled guilty, and the Nixon presidency began to unravel rapidly.
I'm not a crook.
The president again publicly defended his own honesty as 4 of his top assistants quit over charges the White House was trying to cover up involvement in the burglaries.
Republicans do not cover up.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
A Senate committee heard testimony that there was administration involvement. And while all that was going on, Nixon's vice president, former Maryland Governor Spiro Agnew, pled no contest to tax evasion charges and resigned in October. The president appointed House Minority Leader Gerald Ford as vice president, and 3 more senior officials quit or were fired in a dispute over whether the president should release recordings of White House conversations. At the beginning of Nixon's final year as president, the OPEC oil embargo, fallout from the 1973 Yom Kippur War in the Middle East, was hitting the U.S. economy hard. Congress was hitting Richard Nixon harder.
Mr. Mann.
Aye.
Mr. Butler.
Aye.
The House Judiciary Committee recommended the president be impeached, tried by the Senate, on charges of conspiracy to obstruct justice, violating his oath of office, and unconstitutionally defying committee subpoenas. On August 8, 1974, Richard Nixon announced he would resign.
I have never been a quitter. To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body.
Nixon's decision had come after some of his few remaining political allies convinced him he'd lost virtually all political support.
All set?
There would be one more speech to members of the presidential staff, a speech of thanks, a tearful reference to his mother, and a reprise of an old theme, honesty.
No man or no woman came into this administration and left it with more of this world's goods than when he came in.
A month after Nixon left the White House for the last time as president, his replacement, Gerald Ford, announced
a full, free, and absolute pardon unto Richard Nixon.
The former president virtually disappeared for more than 4 years. Blood problems nearly killed him in 1974. He exercised by walking and by playing golf, said he gave up the game when he broke 80, and started writing a series of books on his views of the world and his views of himself. By the late 70s, he was beginning to appear in public again. A few caucus appearances in the U.S., traveling to Egypt twice for the funerals of the Shah of Iran, and not long afterward of President Anwar Sadat, and even returning to China to visit old friends there. He still had friends at home.
They buried him on a crossroads with a stake through his heart like a vampire, you know. And sure enough, he's risen up. And there's no stopping him.
And still had legal problems over whether he or the U.S. government would control his presidential papers. The passage of time turned him into something of an elder statesman, playing piano occasionally in public while advising presidents in private. 16 years after leaving the White House, Richard Nixon opened the only privately run presidential library in the country, financed with help from his book profits, dedicated with help from the 3 Republican presidents who followed him. The museum gave him a forum to cover his career, from congressman to unindicted co-conspirator, from the Great Wall to Watergate, as he wanted it. The occasion gave Richard Nixon the chance to compose his own epitaph.
You must never give up. You must remember that you have to take risks in order to achieve anything, that sometimes you will suffer defeat. But the mark of any individual is to recover from defeat and disappointment and go on and give it his best shot.
Those pictures, that story about Richard Milhouse Nixon, 37th President of the United States. He died tonight at a hospital in New York City, 4 days after suffering a major stroke. I'm Judy Woodruff reporting from the CNN studio in Washington. The president succumbed after 4 days in a hospital, the New York's Cornell Medical Center, New York Hospital. CNN's Charles Feldman, a correspondent, has been on the scene at the hospital all day, and he brings us a report now. Charles.
Yes, Judy, we have now confirmation from the New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center that indeed Richard Nixon succumbed to that major stroke at 9:08 p.m. New York time this evening. Now, you may recall that shortly before, about 10 o'clock, during the 10 o'clock show, we told you that the hospital officials were telling us that Mr. Nixon was still in a deep coma and that his condition had not changed. So apparently there is something worked out with the hospital public relations staff about not making an announcement until certain things were put into motion. It's the only thing I can think of at the moment that would explain that, because according to the hospital's timetable, Mr. Nixon died at 8 minutes past 9 o'clock this evening, New York time, the result of that massive stroke. Now, here's what we hear is going to happen next. This comes from Captain James Quayle of the Stewart Air National Guard Base. That's in Newburgh, New York, upstate from New York City. The body of the 37th president will leave the New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center. We don't know quite when that will happen, but it is likely, we are told, to go to a mortuary in the state of New Jersey. Of course, Mr. Nixon lived in New Jersey. That is where he had his massive stroke, at his home in New Jersey Monday night. From the mortuary, the body will be taken to Stewart Air National Guard Base. As I said before, that's in Newburgh, New York. At the base, there is going to be a 30-minute ceremony, we are told, that will include a 21-gun salute, which is what former presidents of the United States get when they die. And then Air Force One is going to be dispatched by President Clinton, and it is Air Force One that will carry the body of the 37th President of the United States, Richard Milhouse Nixon, back to Southern California, where his body will be buried by the Nixon Library. That's all we know at the moment, Judy.
And Charles, how did the hospital finally make the announcement?
Well, actually, it was finally done after we heard from Wolf Blitzer in Washington. The hospital then had a confirmation statement, and only a few minutes ago they sent somebody out the side with a very terse statement on paper saying that, in fact, Mr. Nixon had died at 9:08. And as I said before, as late as into the 10 o'clock hour, the same public relations officials were saying that there had been no change in Mr. Nixon's condition, that he was still in a deep coma. We now know that that was not the case.
Do you know now where Mr. Nixon's daughters are?
No, we know that both daughters had been at the hospital on and off throughout the day. They had been at their father's bedside. I don't know if they were there at the moment he died, though.
All right, Charles Feldman at New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center. Thank you. Now we want to go to CNN's Wolf Blitzer, who is at the White House. And Wolf, you have some information about President Clinton this evening.
That's right, Judy. The president, as you know, has been spending the evening in the residence here at the White House with the entire cabinet. It's part of a weekend cabinet retreat. President wanting to do something to bring his entire cabinet together to talk about strategy. But this does not come as a surprise. Earlier this evening, as you know, the White House staff was indicating that it was very, very serious for President Nixon. President is certainly ready now to go into the Rose Garden and to make an address to the nation to explain what exactly will happen. And as I said earlier, there is an elaborate procedure involving the the funeral arrangements for a president. The last president who died was Lyndon Baines Johnson some 20 years ago or so, and the president, first of all, must issue a proclamation. He then has to issue an executive order. He has to formally notify Congress. There are procedures that go into effect, and this National Day of Mourning will probably occur the day that President Nixon is interned. We don't know exactly what that could be. We had been told earlier could be as early as Monday, perhaps Tuesday, but it is a huge arrangement for the State Department because leaders from around the world are expected to come to Yorba Linda to attend the funeral arrangements, the memorial service that day of President Nixon. So this is a very, very serious operation, and the White House has been gearing up for it ever since President Nixon suffered that stroke earlier this week.
Wolf, how has the White House been staying in touch for the last few days about President Nixon's condition?
Well, the senior staff has been handling this. White House Chief of Staff Mac McClarty, Deputy Chief of Staff Phil Lader, and Deputy Communications Director David Dreyer and other officials have been spending a lot of time on this issue. President Clinton came to respect and to admire and like President Nixon over this past year, and maybe perhaps even earlier. They spoke on several occasions. President Clinton consulting with President Nixon on international security issues. As recently as after Mr. Nixon came back from Russia about a month or so ago, there was a telephone call and a briefing, and there was a great deal of admiration for Mr. Nixon from Mr. Clinton. So there's a deep sense of sadness here that President Nixon has finally now died, aged 81.
And Wolf, what are they telling you now at the White House in terms of when President Clinton may come out this evening to make a statement?
It could be as early as within the next 30 minutes. It could be delayed a little bit. Television crews are now setting up in the Rose Garden, getting ready for the president's remarks. We know that for the past few days, as this was anticipated, the doctors and the family members had informed the White House that they were not going to use any artificial means, any heroic means to try to keep Mr. Nixon alive, given the gravity of his situation. The White House was, of course, gearing up for this, preparing for this, and the president is now ready within the next hour, I would guess, perhaps as early as a half hour, to go into the Rose Garden, to leave his members, the members of his cabinet. Perhaps some of them will want to join him in the Rose Garden and to make this statement to the American public.
All right, Wolf Blitzer at the White House, thanks, and we'll certainly be coming back to you this evening. The news the entire country will be tuning in to hear this evening is that the 37th President of the United States, Richard Nixon, died this evening at a hospital in New York City at the age of 81. There will be much looking back and remembering about the remarkable career of this man. And we want to take one look now with an interview that our own Bernard Shaw did with the former president in 1990, where he talked about, among other things, the Watergate scandal.
Is your library the best place for my son and daughter to go to learn about Watergate?
I think it's going to be a very complete source for somebody wanting to learn about Watergate. We have a major section on Watergate. We tried to give it the same attention proportionally to the other areas, for example, foreign policy. And I think that if anybody wants to learn about Watergate, they can certainly come here and find out. You'll find a lot of negative things there, but also if they're exposed to that, in order to reach that part, they've got to find out what I did about ending the war in Vietnam, going to China, opening a new relationship with the Soviet Union, starting a cancer initiative, and so forth. That's my stump speech.
Your footprint on this globe is very wide, and this is a great day for you at the dedication of your library. And in the final moments of this interview, I would like to hear your reflections.
Well, Watergate will be remembered. It was part of our administration. It was part of my political life, a very unfortunate part, and I have covered it at great length in my books and in my speeches and so forth. But I think 17 years of Watergate is enough. I think now we should look to the future. And I think in that case, what I have to say in the future, what I have said in the past, about a new relationship with the Soviet Union, a new relationship with China, doing something not only, as I tried to say in my remarks today, to be satisfied with the end of communism, or the defeat of communism even, but remembering that our legacy must be making the world safe for freedom. That is what I have always practiced or worked for during my life, and I'm going to for the balance of my life.
Those remarks from Richard Nixon, an interview with our own Bernard Shaw in July of 1990. That was at the dedication of the Richard Nixon Library in Yorba Linda, California. We want to go now to some comments that Mr. Nixon made during the dedication, that same day, July 19th, 1990.
In 1971, after a White House state dinner, a splendid musical group from California entertained the audience. At the conclusion of the program, the chairman, or I should say the leader of the group, asked to say a few words. He expressed appreciation for being invited to appear at the White House. And then he concluded by saying, you know, it's a long way from Watts to the White House. He was right. But let me tell you, it's a long way from Yorba Linda to the White House, too. I have made that journey, and I want to see a country in which every young American can have the opportunity to make that journey. It doesn't mean that all will make it. We all can't be president. We all can't be congressmen or senators or governors. Well, I found that out. But on the other hand, let us always make sure for the young Americans that the road ahead is never blocked by prejudice or ignorance or poverty, and that he or she can go as hard as his or her talents will take them. That is the goal we want for young Americans today. And because there's so many young people here today, may I add a word to you. I believe in the American dream. because I have seen it come true in my own life. And I want you to know that as far as you're concerned, I want your dreams to come true as well.
Richard Nixon speaking at the dedication of his library in Yorba Linda, California in July of 1990. Richard Nixon died this evening at 9:08 Eastern Time at a hospital in New York City 4 days after he suffered a major stroke. He was 81 years old. This is a man who affected American politics in a dramatic and sweeping manner for the last 40 or 50 years. The Watergate scandal, the war in Vietnam, there are so many events that are part of our collective political and social and cultural consciousness that this man was part of. We'll be looking back on his life and on his career, and we'll be taking calls from you, from viewers, who have some thoughts about Richard Nixon on this evening. We'll do that in a few moments, but first we want to turn to CNN's political analyst Bill Schneider. He's here in the studio with me in Washington. Bill, so many thoughts come running together at one time. This is a man who, as we were saying, has left a deep, deep impression on American politics in this century.
Yes, indeed. And I would say that Richard Nixon was the central political figure in the United States in the second half of the 20th century. This is a man who went through 5 presidential campaigns, 2 as a candidate for vice president, 1960, 68, 72 for president, won one of the biggest majorities in American political history. We should remember that he was a brilliant political maneuverer. 30 years ago, he was given up as politically dead. After he lost the presidency in 1960, he lost the governorship of California in 1962. You don't get more out of politics, more dead than that politically. But yet he came back in 1968 because he had a quality that Republicans were looking for. He looked like a man who could bring order to the country after the turmoil of the 1960s. He promised to bring us together. And in that campaign, he was well positioned. He was in between Ronald Reagan on the right, Nelson Rockefeller on the left in the Republican Party. And in the general election, he was right in the center between Hubert Humphrey on the left, George Wallace on the right. He was elected because he looked like he could bring the country together. Then, of course, when he got elected, we ended up with Watergate.
That's right, but his career was one of remarkable ups and downs. Here he was a lawyer, had been practicing law for a year or so, ran for Congress, won, was elected to 2 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives, then was elected to the Senate in 1950, and it was not even 2 years later that he was selected as Dwight Eisenhower's running mate.
That's right. He had ups and downs. He almost left the ticket as Dwight Eisenhower's running mate because of the dispute over a slush fund, and he went and made a dramatic appeal on television, the famous Checkers speech, which resurrected his political career. This man has been given up for dead politically many times, and he always came back. He went right across the Republican Party. I would argue that in 1960, when he ran for president, he was more or less seen as Eisenhower's man, a more liberal Republican. He made a pact on Fifth Avenue with Nelson Rockefeller. When he ran in 1968, I described him as right in the center of the Republican Party. But then he became the architect of the Southern strategy. And this is one of his important political legacies, aside from détente, Watergate, of course, the Vietnam War. He was the architect of the Republican presidential majority that lasted for almost 25 years. He built it. After the 1968 election, he used the Southern strategy to create a majority that was there for Ronald Reagan.
What did he see that other politicians at the time didn't see?
Opportunities. He was open, flexible, pragmatic. That's the great advantage. Everyone's supposed to be pragmatic in American politics. He went over the edge and went from pragmatism to opportunism, but yet he had that great virtue of immense flexibility. Every time he saw an opportunity, he knew how to seize it, and he was immensely malleable.
There's much to talk about, much to consider in this man's remarkable life. Again, Richard Nixon, 37th President of the United States, died this evening at 9:08 Eastern Time at New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center, the hospital where he was taken on Monday evening after suffering a major stroke. This was a president who had a remarkable impact on American politics over the last half-century. We want to go now to the White House, where President Clinton is preparing to make a statement in the Rose Garden, and to CNN's White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Judy, that's necessarily the president will be walking into the Rose Garden to make an address to the nation, to explain his thoughts on Richard Nixon, and also to explain what exactly he will be doing as president, ordering a national day of mourning, going forward with a proclamation mandating that all flags be flown at half-staff, and explaining that he will, of course, attend the funeral services in Yorba Linda, California, the site of the Nixon Presidential Library. The President will no doubt have some warm statements about Richard Nixon because he has come to feel very close to him and to admire him, which may sound a bit strange given their political pasts, the fact that they were of different parties and different generations, and of course the President going back to the 60s when he was opposing the Vietnam War and Richard Nixon was president of the United States. But over the years, all of that, including Watergate, seems to have gone away, at least from President Clinton's perspective, and he's grown to admire Richard Nixon to a great deal. And I'm sure those thoughts, the warmth, the depth of that feeling will come through in the President's remarks this evening. Those remarks have been carefully planned. Although White House speechwriters have drafted remarks, we're told the President has gone over them personally and has wanted to add, as he always does with these kinds of speeches, his own personal reflections, his own personal thoughts, and he will be expressing the sympathy and sadness not only of himself and his family, but indeed of the entire nation to the Nixon family. So there's no doubt that this will be an emotional speech that the President will be making momentarily in the Rose Garden.
Wolf, as you point out, there's so many ironies here. The President not only demonstrated against the Vietnam War, of which Richard Nixon was one of the architects, but he first visited the White House when John Kennedy was president, who of course defeated Richard Nixon in 1960, and his wife, Hillary Rodham Clinton, worked on the U.S. House of Representatives Impeachment Committee, which was working on information to, in effect, kick this President Richard Nixon out of the White House.
That's right. Mrs. Clinton was a young lawyer on that House, the Select Committee on Watergate, and she was very much involved in helping others, the senior staff, go forward with perhaps articles of impeachment if President Nixon had not resigned. So there is a great deal of irony. There's no doubt there's also a great deal, a sense of history here at the White House this evening, a sense that the President will try to evoke in his comments. We don't know how long he will speak, but no doubt he will speak, as his aides have suggested to me for the past few days, from the heart, and he'll try to get that sadness, that sense of admiration across in his remarks. He knows this is a very important speech for him as well.
Wolf, how is it that all these arrangements have already been made, and do you know why President Nixon chose not to have a funeral or any sort of service in Washington?
The White House was informed by the Nixon family repeatedly over the past few days that they did not want, and President Nixon did not want, any funeral arrangements or any memorial services in Washington in advance of his final burial in Yorba Linda, California. It was President Nixon's request and his family's request based on what Mr. Nixon had repeatedly suggested. The White House had made it clear that it was more than willing to go forward with all the state memorial services here in Washington, a procession down Pennsylvania Avenue, his body lying in state in the rotunda on Capitol Hill. But President Nixon had asked that that not occur, and of course President Clinton was willing to accept the requests, the desires of the family, which was uppermost in the minds of White House officials. But over these days, as the Nixon family made clear to the White House, they did not want anything special done in Washington. The White House did go forward with all sorts of other arrangements. They will make an Air Force plane available to the Nixon family to fly the body from Stewart Air Force Base in Newburgh, New York, to the El Toro Marine Air Facility in Orange County, California, near Yorba Linda. We don't know exactly when that will happen. We assume that the funeral, the final funeral, the funeral could come perhaps as early as Monday, perhaps Tuesday. The President originally had scheduled a trip to Detroit on Monday, but yesterday that trip was scheduled for a variety of reasons. One reason being that the White House did anticipate that it was almost imminent when President Nixon would die, and as a result, the President has made arrangements to attend the funeral in California when that does occur.
Wolf, as you know, we're getting a signal that President Clinton may be about to come out to speak any moment now. It is extraordinary, the amount of preparations that go into something like this. As you pointed out a minute ago, they're not just the personal arrangements that the Nixon family has requested, but the many, many military, protocol, and official preparations that have to be made. and arrangements that, as you said, are quite extensive.
That's right. The Department of Defense is involved in this. The State Department is involved. There are officials who have been working literally 24 hours a day over these past few days, getting ready for this memorial service and for the funeral. We're told that President Nixon's body will lie in state in Yorba Linda at the Nixon Library before the funeral, the final burial, early next week, whatever day that is. We will see him shortly walk through the colonnade into the Rose Garden, and he will go to the microphone and make some comments. That is coming up. In fact, we see him now walking through the colonnade behind those trees. He will go to the microphone. Photographers are already flashing. They've been set up for the past half hour. He's coming from the residence where he was having a dinner with the entire cabinet, and there's no doubt that he was informed immediately, probably within moments after President Nixon did die at 9:08 in New York at the hospital. Here he is in front of the Oval Office, coming to the microphone. Let's listen to President Clinton.
It is my sad duty to report to the people of the United States that Richard M. Nixon, who served as our 37th president, died this evening in New York City at 9:08 p.m. with his family at his side. Hillary and I send our deepest condolences to the entire Nixon family. We hope that Tricia and Edward Cox and their son Christopher, and Julie and David Eisenhower and their children, Jenny, Alex, and Melanie, know that the best wishes of all their fellow Americans are with them during their moment of sorrow. It's impossible to be in this job without feeling a special bond with the people who have gone before. And I was deeply grateful to President Nixon for his wise counsel on so many occasions on many issues over the last year. His service to me and to our country during this period was like the rest of his service to the nation for nearly half a century. He gave of himself with intelligence and devotion to duty, and his country owes him a debt of gratitude for that service. We face today a world of increasing uncertainty and difficult challenges, but it is a world of great opportunity, in no small part because of the vision of Richard Nixon during a particularly difficult period of the Cold War. He understood the threat of communism, but he also had the wisdom to know when it was time to reach out to the Soviet Union and to China. All Americans, indeed all people throughout the world, owe him what he regarded as the ultimate compliment. He was a statesman who sought to build a lasting structure of peace. To be sure, he experienced his fair share of adversity and controversy, but his resilience and his diligent desire to give something back to this country and to the world provide a lesson for all of us about maintaining our faith in the future. In spite of everything, that faith led President Nixon to leave his mark on his times as few national figures have done in our history, and led him to continue to serve right up to the end of his life. Indeed, no less than a month before his passing, he was still in touch with me about the great issues of this day. Again, I say the sorrow and the best wishes of the American people are with President Nixon's family. We thank them, and our prayers are with them. Thank you.
Have you spoken to the family, Mr. President?
I have. I spoke with both Tricia Cox and Julie Eisenhower this evening, and we had a very good visit.
Well, are you going to the funeral?
Excuse me?
Are you going to go to the funeral?
I intend to go, yes.
When will it be, you know?
The family has not made announcements, and I'm not sure they made final decisions. It's my understanding that the funeral will be in California, and they'll announce something about it probably tomorrow.
Will all the presidents be going, former presidents?
I can't say that.
Can you tell us something about your relationship with Mr. Nixon?
Yes, well, we made contact with each other shortly after, I think shortly after the election, either that or shortly after I came in here. And then, as you will remember, I had him up to the White House for a visit. We talked frequently on the phone. I sought his advice about a number of issues in foreign policy, and we talked quite a lot about Russia. We had a good long visit right before he went to Russia, and as I said, just a month ago, today, I think, he penned his last letter to me of his thoughts on that trip and his advice. And so our relationship continued to be warm and constructive throughout the period of my presidency, and he went out of his way to give me his best advice. And I was incredibly impressed with the energy and the vigor and, frankly, the rigor that he brought to analyzing this issue. And thank you very much.
Those remarks from President Clinton on the death tonight of former U.S. President Richard Nixon tonight in New York City, 9:08 p.m. Eastern Time. President Clinton said he expressed the sorrow of the entire United States and wished the very best to Mr. Nixon's family. He said he had spoken on the telephone tonight with both Tricia Nixon Cox and Julie Nixon Eisenhower, who were, of course, the late president's two daughters. His wife, Pat Nixon, having died several years ago, or rather last year, I should say. President Clinton said, of course, that Richard Nixon suffered his fair share of controversy, but he said his resilience and his desire to give something back to this country helped him leave a mark on the United States as few national figures have done in our history. He also went on, as you heard there at the end, to say that he has heard from the president during the time of his presidency, the Clinton presidency, even up until the last month. He said it was just 1 month ago today that Richard Nixon wrote him this last letter that he sent about his recent trip to the Soviet Union, or rather to Russia, the former Soviet Union. Now, this was a president, Mr. Clinton said, who was active until his very, very last days. We want to go back now to the White House and to CNN's Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, this president was touched by Richard Nixon, was he not?
There's no doubt he was touched by Richard Nixon. I think President Clinton has a sense of history in his own presidency, obviously, and there's no doubt that he felt a kinship with President Nixon. He feels a kinship with all of the living presidents, and he wants to make sure that all of the respect, all of the honor that comes with this office is accorded to Mr. Nixon, and I'm sure that will happen. One of the questions that was asked of the president, did he expect the other living presidents to come to the funeral in California, Presidents Reagan and Bush and Ford, and we don't know the answer to that. We do know that had there been some sort of formal memorial service in Washington in advance of the funeral in California, protocol would have dictated that presidents do attend that kind of service, but since it will be a funeral private ceremony in California, the other presidents do not necessarily have to attend, although my own personal guess is they will, as will leaders from all over the world, from Asia, from China, from Europe, from Latin America. Many leaders, world leaders, who did have a close kinship, a close friendship, a deep respect, a long-standing relationship with Mr. Nixon will no doubt want to come. There's a problem, though, they have in that the Nixon Library, where the memorial service will occur, I'm told, has only 400 seats, and there will be many more people, members of Congress, no doubt will want to attend, and it will be difficult to get inside, and the Office of Protocol at the State Department, as well as the White House, which will be making all of these arrangements, together with the Nixon family, to be sure, will have a major headache deciding who will get in, who will have one of those 400 seats.
All right, Wolf Blitzer at the White House, and as you said, we still do not have the official word from Mr. Nixon's family as to when those funeral services will be, but we expect that that should come, if not later tonight, sometime in the morning. We're going to be taking some calls from viewers in a moment, but first we want to read a statement from former President Ronald Reagan. This statement was provided by his spokeswoman, and I'm quoting Mr. Reagan. Today, the world mourns the loss of a great champion of democratic ideals who dedicated his life to the cause of world peace. To millions, Richard Nixon was truly one of the finest statesmen this world has ever seen. To Nancy and I, he was a cherished friend and a brilliant counselor. Richard Nixon understood the world. He understood politics, power, and the fragile yet undeniable force of history. There is no question that the legacy of this complicated and fascinating man will continue to guide the forces of democracy forever. Again, I'm continuing to read from a statement tonight from former President Ronald Reagan. History will remember Richard Nixon, Mr. Reagan says, as a tireless emissary for peace, and I believe that his foreign policy accomplishments will secure his exalted place in history. The world is a better place, a safer place, because of Richard Nixon. Now he comes home to rest beside his beloved Pat, within sight of the house where he began his life 81 years ago. Nancy and I send our deepest sympathies to Tricia and Julie. That statement again from former President Ronald Reagan. We have some calls we want to take now from viewers. The first call is from Texas. You're on the line.
Well, thank you for taking my call. I'm a former Californian living in Texas now, and I had a chance to vote for and a couple of times against Richard Nixon in California. On the positive side, I would say that he was a brilliant attorney, that he loved very much his country, and I think that came across to President Clinton, who put aside partisanship and made a generous acknowledgement of Nixon's efforts to help the country. On the negative side, I guess telling a few truths, perhaps at least to me, seemed a little bit too much governed by political expediency, but he was fast on his feet, and an historic figure, and we regret his passing.
All right, thank you for those comments. Now we have a call from Georgia. Please go ahead, you're on the line.
Yes, I was 13 years old when Richard Nixon resigned, and at that time I didn't know a whole lot about Watergate or what it was, but I can remember the night he resigned being in our living room and my parents crying because they were so upset that all this had happened just over what appeared to be a third-rate burglary. And now, almost 20 years later, I'm experiencing the Whitewater scandal, and it's so ironic to me that Hillary Rodham Clinton, who was one of the individuals that served on the impeachment committee for Mr. Nixon, that she's now in the White House and is fighting her own battles. And I think we need to show more compassion to all of our elected officials and remember that everybody's human. And I loved Richard Nixon, and I wish the best for his family.
Thank you for that. And in fact, some of those sentiments were reflected by President Clinton himself just a few moments ago when he said, again, this was a man who had his fair share of controversy, but he had a resilience and a strong desire to give something back to his country. Now we have a caller from New Hampshire. Go ahead.
Yes, I really enjoyed President Nixon. It was because of him at the tender age of 7 in the Nixon-Kennedy debates that I first got into politics, interested into it anyway, and I followed his career after that, and I enjoyed him in his first term as president. I was a little sad about the Watergate mishap because he didn't really need to break into, find out what was going on over there in the Democratic headquarters and stuff, and because he won by a major landslide. And I think that's the only blemish on his record. Other than that, aside from that, I appreciated his stand in helping Israel in the Yom Kippur War shortly before he had to resign from office because of his strong stand against the Russians, telling the Russians, hey, you know, told Leonid Brezhnev, we're stronger than you are, you better pull your helicopters back. And it was because of him that, you know, the strong stand that he had, making the country strong and everything. And I think President Clinton can learn a thing or two from the legacy of Richard Milhouse Nixon to keep the country strong. I think it was a mistake to lower our defenses and to cut some bases because of the Cold War, so-called Cold War being over. I never trusted the fact when the wall came down and all these democracies happening over there. Well, I'm glad that somewhat happening, but I never trusted it. And I knew something was going to happen, and I sensed something was going to happen, and we have this spy thing going on with Russia and everything, and so you never let down your guard. Keep the country strong. So I appreciated his stand on that, and I'm going to miss him.
Well, thank you for those comments, and it sounds like you paid very close attention to his career. Thank you. We have another call now coming in from Maryland. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I hope that as we remember President Nixon, I hope the American people don't dwell on the negatives such as Watergate, etc., and look forward in the future of our country, and remember the positive things that he did, especially in foreign policy, opening up China, détente, his staunch conservatism that helped his legacy and the Reagan legacy in terms of ending the Cold War and bringing peace to the world, and his economic contribution, removing the gold standard, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it's just appropriate that we look to the positive as we move forward as a country and remember this great American.
And echoing that, President Clinton said just a few moments ago, we owe Richard Nixon the ultimate compliment. He said he was a statesman. Now we have another call from Georgia. You're on the line. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to point out some sort of eerie similarities between Clinton and Nixon. They both support a managed competition, kind of the government take over the health industry. And they both are sort of ignoring impending inflation. And they both seem to have some sort of a maniacal thirst for power, political office. And that's the way I see it, but this is my comments.
All right, a maniacal thirst for power. Thank you for those comments. Now we have a viewer calling in from Florida. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to send my condolences to the family and, again, just mention that, you know, I think President Nixon was ahead of his time as far as trying to get the peace process going, and I hope people will remember him more for that. I'm thankful because I was very close to being drafted when he stopped the draft, and I think he did a good thing with Vietnam, and I just hope people remember the positive because he was a good president. That's my comment. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. We've been hearing from viewers from all across the country tonight, this night of the passing of former President Richard Nixon. Again, he died a little over 2 hours ago at a hospital in New York City where he was taken on Monday night shortly after suffering a serious stroke. The White House, at the White House, the recognition of this event has already begun. As you can see, the flag at the White House has been lowered to half-staff. It was just a few moments ago that President Clinton came out and recalled the presidency of Richard Nixon, said that this was a man who left his mark on the country as few national figures have done in our history. We have another viewer call now. You're on the line, New Jersey. Go ahead.
I'd just like to say the world is going to miss Richard Nixon. In my opinion, he was the greatest president that has ever lived and that will ever live. I met Richard Nixon, and I found him to be a warm, loving man, nothing like the press had made him out to be.
How did you meet him?
I met him when he moved to New York in 1980, and since then I received letters from him and even a book that he wrote, Real Peace. He was kind enough to send me an autograph, and I kept in contact with him over the years, and to me, he was a wonderful, wonderful man, and I myself will miss him dearly.
All right, well, we thank you for those comments. We want to turn now to CNN's correspondent Charles Feldman. He's been at the New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center where President Nixon died tonight. Charles?
Judy, we understand that the body of the former president has already been taken from the hospital. We don't know exactly when it left, but we are told by a spokesperson for the New York City Police Department, John Miller, that in fact the body of Richard Nixon has been removed from the New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center. It did not have a New York City police escort. I was told by Mr. Miller that in fact he was dispatched here by the police commissioner of the city of New York to find out whether or not the family or the hospital needed NYPD assistance, and they were told when they arrived that they did not, that the body had already been removed. Now, as we reported earlier, the plan, or the game plan as we understand it now, is still not fully in shape, and there has been no official announcement from the family about funeral arrangements, but we understand that the body, now that it has left the New York hospital, will go to a mortuary in New Jersey, and then from there it will go to an air base, Air National Guard base in Newburgh, New York. We don't know again what timetable this will be, but at the air base there's going to be, we are told, about a 30-minute ceremony, the traditional 21-gun salute afforded to former presidents when they pass away, and then Air Force One will carry the body of the 37th president from that Air National Guard base in Newburgh, New York, to Southern California, where the funeral will actually take place. Judy?
All right, Charles Feldman at New York Hospital, thank you for that. On the telephone now with us is Herb Klein, who was a speechwriter and an official in the Nixon White House. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
What are your thoughts at this hour?
First, I was the director of communications, but not the speechwriter. My thoughts
Forgive me for that. I stand corrected.
That's okay. My thoughts are of great sorrow because I think not only am I losing a great personal friend, but we're losing a great statesman who had so much to contribute over all the years. I think Mr. Nixon will go down in history as a statesman who helped bring peace to the world.
Had you had very much contact with him over the last few years?
I've had irregular contact with him, yes. I've been in his office and we've talked. Saw him last in the Nixon Library in January, and he looked very good.
Had you seen him in robust health for the most part?
I certainly had, and you know, I've seen him in the bad parts of his health when he first got the knee injury in the 1960 campaign. Then most recently, well, not most recently, but when he came back and almost died in Long Beach. But his health has been remarkably good. He was vigorous in Moscow. I think he's a remarkable person. And most of all, his mind kept sharp.
There were certainly times in his life and in his career when he was bitter about what had happened to him. What was his attitude about, as he looked back on his life and on his career, as you talked to him in recent years?
I think he always felt that he could achieve things, and he had confidence in his ability. We had problems with the press. My entire career with him was dealing with the press. But basically, you know, he understood the press, and I think that they'll look at it in the long term, not just at Watergate, some of which I'm seeing tonight, but they'll look at what did he really achieve toward world peace. His whole thought, and even when he had the tapes going, was that he wanted to record what he would do in his place in history. His place in history will be that from the start of his career, really, when he was a young congressman working on the Marshall Plan and Greco-Turkey aid, till the last time he was in Moscow, he really achieved the great things for world peace.
And what was his attitude toward the press at the end? I mean, again, he certainly had his ups and downs earlier, but in the last few years, what was he saying about the news media?
He still was negative to the news media, and we've always disagreed on this. He felt that he had some good friends who were honest with him. He felt that the press generally in his career had been negative to him. And part of that's true. Part of it he could have solved himself in a better way, I think. But I think that he understood the press. And one of the things that people don't understand very much is that he was really one of the great figures of television news. He brought it into the key of arena when he made his so-called checker speech. The first really major breakthrough for television news was the debates, which he made a decision to accept. He understood informal television. I think that while he was always an opponent of the news, he also understood it.
All right, Herb Klein, you are currently with the chief of Copley newspapers in San Diego. That is right, is it not?
That is correct. I'm editor-in-chief.
And you were communications director in the Nixon White House. We thank you for that.
I was that, and I thank you. And I think people will, need to look at a balanced point of view, and I think you'll come through well.
All right. Thank you, Herb Klein.
Good day.
Henry Kissinger was asked yesterday how he thought Richard Nixon would be remembered. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I believe Richard Nixon will go down in history as one of the important American presidents. And after a while, people will not remember what Watergate was all about. He made many mistakes, but his achievements far outweigh his mistakes.
Henry Kissinger, who served as chief of the National Security Council and then as Secretary of State under Richard Nixon. Former President Richard Nixon died tonight, 9:08 p.m. Eastern Time, at a hospital in New York where he was taken 4 nights ago after suffering a major stroke. 37th President of the United States. CNN's correspondent Bruce Morton has taken a look at the career of Richard Nixon and has some reflections on his life and on his contributions.
Richard Nixon made Lazarus look like an amateur. No one ever had so many comebacks. He came to Washington almost half a century ago, the tough anti-communist congressman who helped send Alger Hiss to jail. Washington Post cartoonist Herb Locke drew him back then with a thuggish 5 o'clock shadow. He was Dwight Eisenhower's vice presidential running mate in 1952, but had to make an emotional speech on national television about contributions he'd received in order to stay on the ticket.
I come before you tonight.
He won, he traveled. The new Nixon took on Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev in an impromptu debate in a make-believe kitchen at a Moscow trade show.
Everything that I say will be recorded and translated and will be carried all over the Soviet Union, not to say about it.
When reporters asked Nixon's boss, President Eisenhower, for his vice president's accomplishments, Ike asked for a week to think about it. Nixon ran for president, of course, but television, especially that first debate, seemed to work for the other guy, John Kennedy. Nixon lost a close election. Ran for governor of California in 1962 and lost. You'd have thought it was over. Maybe he thought so, too.
I leave you gentlemen now, and you will now write it, you will interpret it, that's your right. But as I leave you, I want you to know, just think how much you're going to be missed. You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
He always talked about himself in the third person like that. Nixon's mistake in 1960, he'd say, analyzing that campaign years later. Still talking to reporters, of course, because he ran again and won the presidency in 1968. Cartoonist Herb Locke gave the new president a shave. He was re-elected in a landslide in 1972.
This will be a great victory depending upon what we do with it. In other words, we win elections not simply for the purpose of beating the other party or the other person, but to get the opportunity to do good things for our country.
He did good things, traveled to China and opened a huge country which had been closed to the West, traveled to the Soviet Union and signed an agreement with Leonid Brezhnev.
We believe that peace is at hand.
But the war in Vietnam raged on. Demonstrations surged outside the White House. One night, Nixon went out to meet some of the young protesters and tried to talk football to them. They looked at him as if he'd come from Mars. The war did finally end. Of course, Saigon fell a year after Nixon left the White House.
What did the president know?
And when did he know it?
And another cloud formed over the White House, Watergate, the first of all the gates, a break-in at Democratic headquarters during the 1972 campaign. Congress held hearings.
I had no prior knowledge of the Watergate break-in. I neither took part in nor knew about any of the subsequent cover-up activities.
Many were skeptical. Hearings continued. A man named Alexander Butterfield said White House conversations had been tape recorded.
On whose authority were they installed, Mr. Butterfield?
On the president's authority.
And the House Judiciary Committee began hearings on whether to impeach the president. Big stuff. Tip O'Neill said, impeachment ain't beanbag.
I have no intention whatever of walking away.
I have never been a quitter.
I move that the committee report to the House a resolution, together with articles of impeachment, impeaching Richard M. Nixon, President of the United States.
The committee voted to impeach, and then one final tape emerged. The president and his men, days after the burglary. Can't we get the CIA to say national security is involved here? Nixon's support melted like ice in August.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
A farewell speech to White House staff. Some watchers wondered if he'd get through it in one piece.
You are here to say goodbye to us,
And we don't have a good word for it in English. The best is au revoir. We'll see you again.
Walk to the chopper, the famous wave. The unindicted co-conspirator left town, received a presidential pardon.
Do grant a full, free, and absolute pardon unto Richard Nixon.
Now, surely, it was over. Surely, all the new Nixons were spent. Guess again. Ever so slowly, the old warrior stirred. A book, a memoir, a television interview, trips abroad with Gorbachev, back to Beijing. Nonpartisan now, the old warrior had become a statesman. World leaders sang his praises.
I want to again say how much I have appreciated the wise counsel he has given me on the question of Russia and many other issues since I have been president.
2 generations of Washington reporters have watched this complex and perplexing man, seen him rise and fall and rise, seen him brood and snarl and philosophize. Maybe we never did quite figure him out.
But as far as my life is concerned, I would hope what it would mean to most people is that you must never give up. You must remember that you have to take risks in order to achieve anything, that sometimes you will suffer defeat. But the mark of any individual is to recover from defeat and disappointment and go on and give it his best shot.
Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
Moments from the life and times of Richard Milhous Nixon, who died tonight just a few hours ago at a hospital in New York City. On the telephone now with us now is Henry Kissinger, who served first as Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, and then in 1973 was named his Secretary of State. Dr. Kissinger, you must have many thoughts at this moment.
I certainly do. Richard Nixon was a great patriot and a man passionately devoted to peace, whose destiny it was to end a war which he had inherited and had not started, and then to go on from there to create new relationships with China, with the Soviet Union, preside over breakthroughs to the peace in the Middle East, and to a process that ended with the European Security Conference under President Ford that enshrined human rights in an international agreement and contributed to the disintegration of the Soviet Union, of communism, and indeed of the Soviet Union. He was a complex man, deeply devoted to his country, focused almost exclusively on his work, and he deserves to be remembered by his fellow citizens with respect and gratitude.
What is it about this man, Dr. Kissinger, that made him the success that he was, do you think, in politics and in international affairs?
Well, I can speak best about international affairs. He was a student of international affairs. He enjoyed traveling. He was at ease with foreign leaders. Strangely enough, sometimes more at ease with them than with some of the homegrown political figures. He knew a lot. He defined his objectives very often in a solitary manner or with a very few advisors, and then he moved towards them. In international affairs, he was not influenced by short-term tactics or by short-term swings of public opinion, because he felt that the public would respect him for his achievements and not for immediate tactical moves.
What do you think drove him?
He had an enormous sense of duty. I only met him after he had been elected president, so I can only speculate on what it was in his views that focused him so totally on work and on achievement. But there's no question that that was his driving force. But there are two kinds of ambition. There's an ambition to be, and there's an ambition to do. Richard Nixon's ambition was to do and to serve.
Is he someone you had very much contact with over the last few years?
Yes, we talked on the phone. We saw each other fairly frequently, and we talked on the phone every few weeks, exchanging ideas on contemporary events and analyzing them together, just as we had when we were working together. And we almost always came to the same conclusion.
What and can you describe his mental state in terms of his grasp of international affairs, foreign policy, up until very recently?
His grasp of foreign policy was as firm a few weeks before his death, which was the last time I talked to him, as it had ever been. And I noticed no diminishing of his intellectual powers, and for that matter of his knowledge, because this year, after all, he had spent several weeks in China and had just returned from a trip to Russia. So he was current with world leaders, and his grasp of foreign policy among the American leaders that I have known was almost in a grasp by itself.
Let me just ask you this one last question. What was it that you think he understood or knew about America's place in the world at this point in its history?
Richard Nixon was actually very idealistic, though his public persona was not described that way. But his great hero among American presidents was Woodrow Wilson. But he was also a realist. He felt idealism did not prohibit and indeed required an understanding of the world as it was. And he patiently studied the world as it was and then put his ideals into the service of his analysis. And that enabled him to be so persistent and to be so resilient.
Was that something that you think grew over time, or do you think he developed this as a young man
I can't really answer that question because I only met him about a month before his inauguration. And from the time I knew him, his grasp of foreign policy was substantial, didn't need it much, didn't need enhancing, and continued undiminished until his death.
Dr. Kissinger, I know you have written about this and spoken about this many, many times, but what is it in this same man? You described him earlier as someone who was a complex individual who could have the vision and the insight when it came to international affairs, but who went so wrong when it came to political affairs and in the end, the Watergate affair, which took him from the presidency.
Well, he served as president at a time of near civil war conditions at home. And I suppose he found it very difficult to understand how, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the field, it was possible to have all these demonstrations. But I must say, Watergate, there were many actions in Watergate that are hard to explain, but I think history will see him in perspective as one of the singular presidents of the United States.
All right, Dr. Henry Kissinger, we thank you for those remembrances, those thoughts. Henry Kissinger, of course, served as Richard Nixon's Secretary of State, and before that as his National Security Assistant. Richard Nixon, if you have not heard the news by now, passed away this evening in New York City at a hospital at a little after 9 o'clock Eastern Time. On the telephone now with us, Robert Bork, who many of you know because he was nominated and did not make it after President Reagan nominated him for a Supreme Court position. But he served in the Nixon administration, first as Solicitor General and then later as Acting Attorney General during the very tumultuous Watergate years, 1973 to 1974. Robert Bork, when you hear the name Richard Nixon, what do you think?
He was an extremely intelligent man and perhaps the most knowledgeable man I've ever known. I think he had the equipment to be the greatest president of the century. But he also had a desire to be as tough as he thought Jack Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson had been, and to play political hardball. I think that brought him down.
Is he someone you got to know well when you were serving at the Justice Department and when you were Solicitor General and for a time Special Prosecutor?
I was never a Special Prosecutor. I was Acting Attorney General.
I'm sorry, I got that information wrong. But in that period, which was what, exactly 21 years ago, how much contact did you have with Richard Nixon?
Well, I had quite a bit for a while, because after the firing of Cox and the resignation of Richardson and Freckles-House, I was the Acting Attorney General, and I dealt with him on several occasions. I dealt with him before that. I dealt with him on the indictment and plea bargain of Spiro Agnew. So that I had some fairly close contact with him for a brief period of time.
And that was surely one of the most difficult periods in his life, right in the middle of the Saturday Night Massacre, which you played a role in when you fired Archibald Cox, who was the special prosecutor. I got it backwards a moment ago.
Yeah, the Republic was in flames at the time, and Nixon was, I must say at that time, highly emotional. I think he saw the end coming, and it made him very upset. There was a time there when you dealt with him, his voice was hardly under control. His hands were shaking. But I knew him also in calmer times before that, when he was a very impressive individual. When we dealt with him on the Agnew case, the White House really did not want to indict Agnew because Agnew's core constituency was the same as Nixon's, and they thought Nixon needed to retain that core constituency and not alienate it when he was in trouble. But we went over to the White House and we had a debate in the Oval Office, and Nixon finally understood that the integrity of the law was at stake, and he, against his own personal best interest, told us to go ahead and indict.
All right, Judge Robert Bork, formerly a U.S. Appeals Court judge, we thank you for those comments and those remembrances. On the telephone line now with us, David Gergen, who currently works in the Clinton White House, but who worked also in the Reagan White House, and before that, in his first White House job was with Richard Nixon, under President Richard Nixon. David Gergen, what comes to mind?
Well, a sense of passing of an era, passing of I think one of the figures who, you look back across the 20th century, who played a large role in the second half of the 20th century, a man who was deeply involved and shaped, some 50 years of American history, from the time he first won an office of Congress in 1946 until now. So it's a long period. I remember him as despite all the troubles of at the end of his presidency, I do remember him as one of the most fascinating men I've ever met in public life. And I think more to the point, he was one of the most long-headed men. I think he had not only a sense of history, the past, but because of that, he took a very long view of the future. And I think that's something that is rare in our politics, and for which I have long appreciated him. I remember so well, Judy, when Pat Moynihan was here in the Nixon White House, if you may remember that, back in the first years, and he and Nixon used to talk about books all the time. And Nixon would ask him for a list of his books he ought to be reading, and Moynihan came up with histories, and Nixon would get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and read a history of Disraeli, and then he would talk a lot about that. I remember well a breakfast that Mac McClarty, the current Chief of Staff of the White House, and I had with Richard Nixon a few months ago, and we got talking about NAFTA, and Nixon was a very big advocate of the NAFTA treaty, and he said, you know, Bill Clinton ought to read about the Corn Laws in England, because then he'll understand how important NAFTA is. The Corn Laws really transformed England in the late 19th century, and you know, that was such an interesting insight, and you don't hear anybody in Washington talk about Corn Laws. He was very rare in that sense.
What was he like as someone, as a boss in the White House when you worked there?
Very demanding. As you may remember, there was almost a reign of fear during some of those years in terms of the staff, because we had a very Bob Haldeman, whom I came to know and like very much, and who has been very kind to me since one of the first people to call me when I came to work for Bill Clinton. Very tough taskmaster, but acting for Richard Nixon, so he'd set high standards and very demanding standards, exacting standards. Almost a sense I often felt, and at the time as we went through it, that the desire to control things, the desire to know everything, to arrange everything, led to the Watergate break-in, because it was sort of a desire to know everything was going on in the Democrats, in a sense that they were spying on the Republicans, so the thing to do was to listen to what they were doing. But it was this sort of discipline that was in that White House, which was carried to excess. Some of that discipline, I think, was very healthy, but at times it got out of control.
All right, David Durgan, if you would stay on the line, we want to bring into this conversation CNN's senior White House correspondent, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, you've been listening to what some of these people are saying, and you've also been talking to some of the people around President Clinton tonight.
That's right, Judy, but we do have this opportunity with David Gergen on the line to ask him a few questions that probably he knows the answers to. David, are you there?
I'm here. I'm not sure I know the answer, but I'm here.
Well, we do know that the family had informed the White House that Mr. Nixon did not want any body lying in state in the rotunda, any official memorial services in Washington.
Yes.
Why do you think that was the case?
Well, I don't know. Whether it was, I think that was a desire he expressed to more than one person a couple of years ago, and I think my understanding is it came up again when his own wife died, and I think whether he's decided as a matter of propriety and he just didn't want to raise some of the painful questions about the past, about Washington, or whether he is, he had a somewhat uneven relationship, to put it mildly, with Congress, and he often felt that people in Congress had tormented him, and so he may not have wished to just go through that. I'm not sure the exact reason, but or he may have wanted something just very simple. I mean, Richard Nixon never, he was the man who gave up his Secret Service protection. He didn't want a lot of the trappings of power later in life. He became, one of the reasons I had enormous admiration for him was not just the comeback that he managed, but and his resilience, but the fact that he did it through his intellect and just sort of pure, hard drive. And it was so I think there was a lot of him that sort of wanted to. There was a quality about his last few days of life that to me recall that old saying of Douglas MacArthur. Remember, old soldiers never die; they just fade away. And I think he just sort of wanted to fade away and go back to Yorba Linda.
Well, let me ask you this while we have you. What exactly does the White House have to do now to help out with the arrangements for the funeral in California? I understand that logistically there are things that the president must do in terms of the law, too.
Well, I'm not clear what the law is versus what the traditions are. There was an effort here in recent days to check out historical precedent. The last former president who died was 21 years ago. So, we haven't gone through one of these for a fairly long time. So, a lot of time was spent doing that. And, one of the traditions, for example, is to declare a day of mourning and to close down the federal government. And, so with that was part of a national day of mourning. And the president's already proclaimed that. And I guess we're going to be proclaiming that national day of mourning when we know the exact day of burial. I don't think that's been determined by the family. The president has lowered the flags to half-mast, and they'll remain lowered for 30 days. That is another tradition that accompanies the death of a former president. So, and beyond that, the president's been very anxious to honor the wishes of the family. He is
As you know, he talked to Eddie Cox, the son-in-law, a few days ago, and he talked tonight to Julia and Tricia Nixon after their dad died, and there's been a real effort here to see, what President Clinton has been very anxious to whatever the wishes of the family might be, to honor those wishes, and so he'll continue to do that in the days ahead. Just however they want to handle the funeral services, he wants to be as helpful as possible.
How will the State Department handle all the world dignitaries that will want to, no doubt, come to the funeral?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Let's assume now the current understanding is that the funeral would take place in Yorba Linda, where the Nixon Library is. I assume that's what's going to happen, and so I would trust that that the foreign dignitaries will be invited there. Now, there is not a whole lot of room out there, which is an issue. But we've had the State Department people in here in the last couple of days. Phil Lader, who is the deputy chief, one of the deputy chiefs of staff, has been heading up the effort to coordinate this. He is a long-standing acquaintance of Eddie Cox, the son-in-law, so they've been talking. And but we've had 2 or 3 meetings here in the last day or so to begin the coordination and making sure how we're going to handle all the logistics from the point of view of foreign embassy types as well as dignitaries here. The President Clinton has said that if he goes, his current plan is to, assuming the funeral is in Yorba Linda, is to go there and on Air Force One, and there'll be some seats in Air Force One, and we're hoping that the President can take out a delegation.
A delegation from Congress or from overseas?
It would be a domestic delegation.
What about the plane?
We've been in touch with some representatives of President Nixon to talk about whom they might think would be appropriate members of the party, and we still haven't worked all the details out, but we've been working on it.
Now, the White House will make a separate plane available to the Nixon family to fly to California with the body.
That's correct. I think a 2600 is going to go out there.
Tell us about 2600. That's a plane. When the president flies aboard that plane, it's called Air Force One. There are now 2 747s that are Air Force Ones, but this is one of the old 707s.
I believe it is, yes. And so I think that they will accompany the body there. But that was something that was worked out in the last few days as a way to offer services. And of course, we're also been making contact with former presidents, the living former presidents, to talk about their coming and to make sure that they had ways to get there as well.
Will they fly out with President Clinton, do you think, the former president?
I'm not sure yet. Well, let's just have to wait and see. I think it's my understanding that, of course, President Reagan is in California. I believe President Ford is in California as we speak. President Carter and President Bush are both on this coast. We'll have to see what their plans would be. The final plans have not been made on this. We don't have details from the family yet as to exactly when the burial will take place. So whether I assume it would be in the early part of next week, in the first 2 or 3 days of next week, and we'll have to wait for that and then make all these logistical arrangements. But there's a lot of preparatory work that's gone into it, and I just must tell you that I think that the President Clinton has been anxious to reach out and be as helpful as possible. He came. He was deeply impressed by Richard Nixon's insights, and that President Nixon sent President Clinton a letter not long ago, and as you remember, Nixon was just in Russia, and when he came back, he sent him a letter, and President Clinton has said that that's one of the most lucid letters he has received on Russia, and he was been deeply impressed by it. It was an eyes-only letter to President Clinton.
That Air Force plane that is going, yes.
I was just going to say, Wolf, we want to step in here now and thank you, but we want you, of course, to stand by and thank David Gergen calling in at this late hour. We can tell by your voice that it's been a long day for you, and we appreciate your weighing in with those remembrances and with some insight on what's been going on inside the White House as preparations are made for former President Nixon's funeral. We are covering, of course, the events surrounding the death of Richard Nixon, who died this evening about 3 hours ago in New York City. We'll be back with more of our special coverage in just a moment.
I'm Reed Collins in Washington. Richard Nixon, the 37th President of the United States, died some 3 hours ago at 9:08 Eastern Time in the hospital in New York, where he was taken Monday, having suffered what turned to be a fatal stroke. Mr. Nixon's immediate family was with him when he passed away earlier this evening. The details of the funeral, a cross-country voyage home to Yorba Linda, California, are yet to be worked out, but they are taking shape. CNN's Charles Feldman was on the watch at the hospital and has some more details of what happened tonight and what happens in the future. Charles.
Reed, as you pointed out, the plans are starting to crystallize for the funeral, although they're still somewhat sketchy, but here's what we can tell you thus far. The body of Mr. Nixon was taken from the hospital along with his immediate family, his 2 daughters, not much longer or much past the time of his official death, and that was, as you pointed out, 8 minutes past 9 o'clock New York time. And the first stop is a mortuary in New Jersey. From there, the body is to be taken to a Stewart Air Force or Air National Guard base in Newburgh, New York, where there will be a 21-gun salute and a 30-some-odd minute ceremony before the body is flown to California. Now, we are told that as of now, the time that the body is supposed to be flown to California is Monday morning, but according to a spokesperson for the New York State Police, that could happen earlier. And to correct something that we said earlier, and I think Wolf Blitzer pointed it out, we had said earlier that Air Force One would carry the body of Mr. Nixon to California, and of course that's the designation for the aircraft that the President of the United States is on when the President is on it. This is going to be the plane that's going to be used to fly Mr. Nixon's body and his family to California. Is an old Air Force One. It's an old Boeing 707, and that is the aircraft that is going to be carrying the body of the 37th President, Richard Nixon, to California. So again, right now we're being told the official time for that flight is Monday morning, but it could happen earlier than that. Reed?
All right, thank you, Charles Feldman in New York City. The locus for the funeral will be, and the attention of the nation will then be focused, of course, on the hometown of Mr. Nixon, Yorba Linda. And let's go there now, and CNN's Robert Vito is standing by. Robert?
Good evening, Reed. All day long, people have come here to the Nixon Library to pray, and then later this afternoon, when the library closed, they went home, and then, of course, with the word that Mr. Nixon had died, scores of people came back to pay their respects, just to stand here and just, I think, just absorb the moment. People had tears in their eyes. People just wanted to reflect, and I guess even though it was expected, they just seemed to not be able to believe it. A Marine military honor guard is preparing to lower the flags here to have staff. We expect that to be happening in a short period of time. And among the people who are here, one gentleman we talked to, Larry, what are some of your thoughts at this moment?
I had tremendous respect for the man. My first awareness of Richard Nixon, I was about 11 years old. I went with my father to LA Airport. My father was the president of the Terminal Island Naval Shipyard Employees Association. He was going to Washington to meet Mr. Nixon to ask him to carry some legislation on behalf of the shipyard workers. My father came back with great stories and was very impressed with the man. Next time I saw him was when he was first running for governor at a campaign speech at Knott's Berry Farm. And there was just something about his presence as I saw him ascend the podium. I just thought, he has it. There's just something there.
Magic.
There was a nice feeling.
20 years later, your thoughts about Watergate?
I give very little thought to Watergate. I think it will assume a minimum part of history and will fade. One thing I'm glad to see among us here is the number of young people, and you hear them talking, and here are young people that couldn't have been around when Nixon was president or when Watergate was going on, and the things that they speak of are the positive things. Even though they've heard of and they've been told about Watergate, they speak on a very positive note about Mr. Nixon.
That's true. The young people that I've talked to seem to put Watergate, you know, in the back seat as opposed to his statesmanship and his ability to to deal with China and the
Yes.
Soviet Union at the time.
Yes, very much so. It just he had a power about him when you saw him. And then my sister later served on his staff at the White House in his first administration. So we've been in and out of contact at a distance from Mr. Nixon.
So many of his old friends who I've talked to, and I guess it's fairly well known, of course, that he was an individual, the type of person who would never give up. And in this case, his body just gave out.
Yes, but he still had strength to the end, strength of character to the end.
I think one doctor said today that when he initially fell ill, that he gave a victory sign and a smile, and that was the last thing.
And that sounds typical.
So what are some of your final thoughts at this moment in time? You came here to pay your respects, and
yes, I was sitting around the house and watching the television, and I had an uneasy feeling because I saw a lot of concentration on Watergate, and that was kind of offsetting. But then I said to my wife, I said, I just have a feeling of history. Let's go up and be there. And I really wasn't anticipating this. I thought, you know, there would be some others passing through. But I just wanted to be here. I was here the day I was able to work on the staff of the opening of the library, and I wanted to be back again.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. The final arrangements for the funeral haven't been made, but Mr. Nixon will be buried here next to his wife, Pat. And we expect that any moment from now that they will have the military honor guard that will lower the flags to half-staff. Reed?
Robert Vito in Yorba Linda, thanks very much. And we want to tell you that we expect to talk to former President Gerald Ford about the passing of a friend who was, as you know, part of that transition back in 1974. But first, we'll pause for these messages. With us now, the former President Gerald Ford from his home in Rancho Mirage, California, who remembers the scenes which we have been playing tonight vividly, I know, and remembers Mr. Nixon. Mr. Ford?
Yes, I certainly do, Bernie. I knew Dick Nixon from the very first day that I was sworn in as a member of the House of Representatives in January 1949, when he came up and shook my hands and introduced himself, and our friendship extended over that 45-year period in politics and social life. We enjoyed a close and warm friendship, and I happen to believe very strongly that Dick Nixon was one of the finest, if not the finest, foreign policy presidents of this century. When you look at the achievements, opening the door to the People's Republic of China in 1972, challenging Mr. Khrushchev and Mr. Brezhnev when the Soviet Union was a superpower, and giving us the kind of military and diplomatic leadership that resulted in the negotiation to reduce the nuclear arms threshold. President Nixon took the leadership to wind down the war in Vietnam, and with the assistance of Secretary Kissinger brought about the Paris Peace Accords in 1973. And President Nixon was always in the forefront trying to get the Israelis and the Arabs to negotiate and take a step forward in the peace process in the Middle East. That's a fantastic record, Bernie.
All right, let's bring in Bernard Shaw, who will join us now from his post in Johannesburg, where he has gone to cover the upcoming elections in South Africa. Bernie, do you have a few questions? I know.
Thank you, Reed. Mr. President, you were the 38th President of the United States of America. but there was a time when you were not a vice president, when you were a distinguished leader of the Republicans in the House of Representatives. And I was, too, thinking about the first time you and Richard Nixon met. He preceded you in the House of Representatives by 2 years. And with that friendship that you two gentlemen formed, I'm wondering if you could take us into your council and tell us what it was like when, during a moment of crisis for his administration, the Vice President, Spiro T. Agnew, resigned, and Mr. Nixon met with you to discuss with you the possibility, he hoped, that you would join him and become the Vice President. What was that like? And I'm aware that you and First Lady Betty Ford had some personal concerns, and you had other plans, and it was a difficult moment for you. Take us into that discussion.
Well, Bernie, I had made a decision in 1972 after the election that I would run one more time and then retire, because I had been unsuccessful in achieving my political ambition to be Speaker of the House. And then in early October of 1973, President Nixon asked me to come down to the Executive Office building next to the White House to talk about some of the policies, domestic and foreign. I didn't quite understand at that moment why he wanted to talk with me on a very private basis. Well, we sat there in his office for about an hour, and he was telling me what he wanted to do at home and abroad, and wondered what my views were, and I had no idea at that moment. But then he told me about the problems that Vice President Agnew was having, and yet he never said to me, Jerry, I'd like you to be my nominee for Vice President if and when Vice President Agnew resigns. Well, of course, Mr. Agnew did resign, and then shortly after that, about 3 or 4 days later, I was nominated. But that meeting, which was just between the two of us in the Executive Office building, must have been where he decided that I would be his nominee. One thing he said to me, however, was, Jerry, I want you to know that even though you'll be Vice President, in 1976, when my term ends, I will probably support Governor John Connally as the Republican nominee. Well, I said, Mr. President, that doesn't bother me at all, because Betty and I were planning to leave the political arena and go back to Grand Rapids or stay in Washington. So it all was a big change in our plans, but it was one of those dramatic moments in one's lifetime.
Another dramatic moment in your lifetime and that of the nation came when, after you succeeded former President Nixon, you issued a pardon of the situation of what happened in Watergate. And that act by you brought you intense amounts of anguish and criticism. Share with us, if you will, your feeling at the time and your rationale for taking the action you took and your thoughts now.
I made that decision in September of 1974, about a month after I took the oath of office as president. In that first month, Bernie, I spent 25% of my time listening to arguments by lawyers and from the Department of Justice, from the White House staff, as to what I ought to do with Mr. Nixon's papers, Mr. Nixon's tapes. At the same time that I was spending all of that time on Mr. Nixon's personal problems, the United States, with 240 million people, was going through a very serious economic recession. Interest rates are up, inflation was up, unemployment was going up. At the same time, we weren't sure, Bernie, what the attitude would be of the Soviet Union during this transfer of power from Nixon to Ford. And we weren't positive what the Allies might feel with a new president. So I finally decided that it was my obligation as a new president to spend 100% of my time working on the problems of all Americans, instead of spending 25% of my time on Mr. Nixon's problems. And the only way for me to concentrate on those problems at home and abroad, which were very serious, was to grant a pardon to President Nixon. It was the right decision then, and I'm even more convinced some 20 years later it was the right decision today.
One last quick question for me here in Johannesburg before my colleague and friend Reed Collins asks you further questions. I'm wondering, given your travels as a president from Vladivostok to, what was the Chateau Rochambeau in France when you went to an economic summit, what Nixon lesson did you learn that stood you in good stead as you conducted the affairs of the presidency?
I learned from my long experience and friendship with Dick Nixon that I, as a new president, ought to continue a policy of strength with our military. I learned that it was important for me as a new president to be aggressive and emphatic in my dealings with Mr. Brezhnev at Vladivostok when we negotiated a nuclear arms agreement. It was important for me as president to continue working with our allies in NATO, to expand our relationship with the People's Republic of China. Those were excellent foreign policy programs of President Nixon, which I knew should be continued in the best interests of the United States.
Did you feel at any point that the Democrats in the Congress and the news media in general were getting out of hand when it came to Watergate? And I ask that question because I would like your response to it, but also your response to your perception of what is happening now to incumbent Bill Clinton. There's some people who are of the mind that the Republicans at last have a chance to get back, to retaliate for treatment at the hands of the people during the Watergate period. And do you see any parallel here between then? I'm not comparing Whitewater and Watergate, but I'm saying, do you see any parallels between this treatment?
Bernie, I have always thought, from my long experience dealing with the press, that 90% of the American press are objective and fair. They have a job to do. They're in a competitive field. There are some in the press who I think went overboard in being critical and very harsh in dealing with former President Nixon. I suspect as I listen, I'm not as deeply involved today as I was 20 years ago, that again, a small segment of the news media are too aggressive, too critical. I understand what they're trying to do. They're in a competitive business. But I wish we could feel that the press, that 80% of the press is what is in the best interest of the country, and not get upset about that limited group that sort of overreach, that are too tough, too harsh on people in public office. I know there were some that were so bitter about Dick Nixon, and there are some today who are highly critical of President Clinton. I don't think that kind of journalism is in the highest standards of journalism in America, and I don't think it's in the best interest of the country as a whole.
Just as you are a member of a very special club, the Club of Presidents, and so are First Ladies, and I know that your wife And former First Lady Pat Nixon had a very warm relationship, as did you, with Mrs. Nixon. And while our thoughts are about the late President Richard Milhouse Nixon, who died tonight in New York, and in Yorba Linda, California right now, we can see that the honor guard is very gently and respectfully and mournfully lowering the flag. And this is where the funeral will be held, and this is where the former president will be laid to rest. But Mr. Ford, a lot of times we forget about the wives of presidents and the burden that first ladies have to bear. What kind of relationship, special relationship, did Pat Nixon have with her beloved husband?
Bernie, it was a very warm and close personal relationship between Pat and Dick Nixon. They didn't necessarily show that in public, but my wife Betty and myself were with them many, many times socially, and when they were together in a small private gathering, Pat and Dick Nixon were very, very close. And I know that President Nixon relied very, very extensively on advice and counsel that he got from Pat. She was very bright, very well educated. She didn't say very much publicly, but she had her husband's ear, and he respected what she would tell him. And I think that's true of every president I've known. I know in my case, the advice and counsel of my wife Betty was invaluable. We had a wonderful working relationship. She could speak up and tell me what her views were. She didn't mind being critical if she thought I was doing the wrong thing. She could be complimentary if I did the right thing as she saw it. But that kind of a relationship is important. And I, as a president, will be forever grateful in our case. And I know that Dick Nixon treasured and cherished the relationship that he had with Pat. It was very evident when Betty and I went to Pat Nixon's funeral in Yorba Linda. President Nixon cried, was overwhelmed with the sadness and the sorrow of that occasion. And I think every president I've known had such a good relationship with his wife that that would be the same reaction that Dick Nixon had when Pat Nixon passed away.
Now, on a lighter note, one of the reasons you look so well right now is that you're a very athletic man. And in your teen years, and especially when you were in college, we know that you were an outstanding football player. On a lighter note, share with us some locker room stories that might have originated in the halls of Congress or in the White House in your relationship with Richard Nixon. Secretly, he wanted to be a jock, didn't he?
Well, he did, and as I understand it, he was a substitute lineman at his college during his years at that school that he attended. I think it was Occidental, or Whittier, I'm sorry.
Whittier College.
Whittier College. He was on the squad, but was not a regular. On the other hand, Dick Nixon obviously read the sport page very conscientiously. He could quote baseball statistics, batting averages, fielding averages. He was a person deeply interested in professional football. He used to go to the Redskin games. He knew the players. He knew the strategies. Even though President Nixon was not what you'd call a good athlete, he had a deep interest in sports. He took up golf. He became reasonably good. On the other hand, I think one of his health problems was that he never really worked out, so to speak. His mind was always operating 110%, but he was always a little shy on any physical activity or exercise.
Former President Gerald R. Ford, 38th President of the United States, with some reflections on a friend, a colleague, and a fellow statesman. Mr. Ford, thank you very much for joining us from your home in Rancho Mirage, California. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Bernie.
You're welcome, sir. And CNN will continue this tribute and memorial and special coverage to Richard Milhouse Nixon, who died tonight in New York City at 9:08 Eastern Daylight Time. Our special coverage returns in a moment.
And we're speaking this evening and this morning of the life of Richard M. Nixon, who succumbed finally to a stroke earlier on Friday evening at a hospital in New York City, where he had lain ill for some 4 days. The former President Ronald Reagan has issued and recorded a statement in behalf of his friend and the late President Nixon. Let's listen.
Nancy and I were so sad to hear the news of Dick Nixon's passing. He has been a dear friend for over 40 years, and we will miss him deeply. I have always felt that Dick Nixon had a unique understanding of the international scene. He knew the important role that we as Americans have to play in the world. As president, he did make the world a better and, yes, a safer place by reaching out to our adversaries and often turning them into friends. And after he left the White House, Dick Nixon continued to provide great service to his country. As president, I frequently sought his advice on international matters and knew I could always count on him for wise and thoughtful insights. I know this past year has not been easy for him since losing Pat, but at least we know now that he's once again taking comfort by her side.
The statement issued tonight by Ronald Reagan in behalf of his wife and himself on the passing of Richard Nixon. President Bill Clinton this evening had the duty to come forward into the darkened White House Rose Garden earlier and make the official pronouncement of the death of the former president and hinting somewhat of the plans to come.
It is my sad duty to report to the people of the United States that Richard M. Nixon, who served as our 37th president, died this evening in New York City at 9:08 p.m. with his family at his side. Hillary and I send our deepest condolences to the entire Nixon family. We hope that Tricia and Edward Cox and their son Christopher, and Julie and David Eisenhower, and their children, Jenny, Alex, and Melanie, know that the best wishes of all their fellow Americans are with them during their moment of sorrow. It's impossible to be in this job without feeling a special bond with the people who have gone before. And I was deeply grateful to President Nixon for his wise counsel on so many occasions on many issues over the last year. His service to me and to our country during this period was like the rest of his service to the nation for nearly half a century. He gave of himself with intelligence and devotion to duty, and his country owes him a debt of gratitude for that service. We face today a world of increasing uncertainty and difficult challenges, but it is a world of great opportunity, in no small part because of the vision of Richard Nixon during a particularly difficult period of the Cold War. He understood the threat of communism, but he also had the wisdom to know when it was time to reach out to the Soviet Union and to China. All Americans, indeed all people throughout the world, owe him what he regarded as the ultimate compliment. He was a statesman who sought to build a lasting structure of peace. To be sure, he experienced his fair share of adversity and controversy, but his resilience and his diligent desire to give something back to this country and to the world provide a lesson for all of us about maintaining our faith in the future. In spite of everything, that faith led President Nixon to leave his mark on his times as few national figures have done in our history, and led him to continue to serve right up to the end of his life. Indeed, no less than a month before his passing, he was still in touch with me about the great issues of this day. Again, I say the sorrow and the best wishes of the American people are with President Nixon's family. We thank them, and our prayers are with them. Thank you.
Have you spoken to the family, Mr. President?
I have. I spoke with both Tricia Cox and Julie Eisenhower this evening, and we had a very good visit.
Well, are you going to the funeral?
Excuse me?
Are you going to go to the funeral?
I intend to go, yes.
You know?
The family has not made announcements, and I'm not sure they made final decisions. It's my understanding that the funeral will be in California, and they'll announce something about it probably tomorrow.
Will all the presidents be going, former presidents?
I can't say that.
Can you tell us something about your relationship with Mr. Nixon?
Yes, well, we made contact with each other shortly after, I think shortly after the election, either that or shortly after I came in here. And then, as you will remember, I had him up to the White House for a visit. We talked frequently on the phone. I sought his advice about a number of issues in foreign policy, and we talked quite a lot about Russia. We had a good long visit right before he went to Russia, and as I said, just a month ago, today, I think, he penned his last letter to me of his thoughts on that trip and his advice. And so our relationship continued to be warm and constructive throughout the period of my presidency, and he went out of his way to give me his best advice. And I was incredibly impressed with the energy and the vigor and, frankly, the rigor that he brought to analyzing this issue. And thank you very much.
And since that time, the Nixon Library in Yorba Linda, California, has said that the service will be at 7 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday. There will be a public viewing at Yorba Linda at the Nixon Library the day before that. Listed as the eulogizers are President Clinton, and along with that will be Senator Robert Dole and California's Governor Pete Wilson. The Reverend Billy Graham will officiate at the final service, and we'll have more after this. A man who worked in the late President Richard Nixon's successful campaigns in '68 and '72 joins us now. Mr. Roger Stone, a friend, advisor to the president. Mr. Stone, when last did you speak with Richard Nixon?
I spoke with the president last Friday at some length. In fact, I spoke with him 3 times last week. He seemed to be in excellent spirits, politically very aware and very inquisitive as usual, and very much on top of his game.
Did he have things to say about his just completed trip to Russia?
The course of our conversation really centered more around domestic politics. He was very interested in the Whitewater affair, but I think from not from a partisan point of view, but from a dispassionate, almost analytical point of view. He was looking at the polls, he was reading the papers, he was trying to gauge the effect on the American people, the activities of the media, and he had some very keen observations.
Well, could we hear 1 or 2 of them? What was his analysis of it?
I think one of the things that he pointed out was that the Watergate matter did not really affect his standing in the polls until the hearings were televised. Nixon's observation was that to the American people, nothing is real till it's on television. Only 20% of the Americans today, roughly,
get their news from newspapers, and therefore the Whitewater affair really, you couldn't gauge the impact on the voters until you had televised hearings, and at that time it would be more appropriate to look at the polls and see what the effect would be on the Clinton presidency. But again, I think he said these things without any rancor, without any partisan zeal. It was just purely analytical, which was really Richard Nixon in his later years.
All right, but he seemed in good spirits to you?
Excellent spirits. He had had what he thought was a very successful trip to the Soviet Union. He was not the slightest bit, I think, dismayed by his treatment at the hands of Yeltsin. He sort of laughed it off. He said, look, I'm a guy that people threw rocks at in Venezuela. I'm too old to be disappointed or rebuffed. He seemed very focused on the Soviet situation, and I think he was very pleased with his relationship with the Clinton administration, with the fact that he was getting in his 2 cents when it came to Soviet policy, which he thought was all important.
Very well, so he bore no rancor toward Mr. Yeltsin, who had brushed him off and didn't seem to take a real partisan attitude toward the apparent difficulties of the current president. Was he interested in the coming political campaigns?
Without question, you know, Nixon had an encyclopedic knowledge of virtually every congressional district in the country. He could tell you the statistics from Senate races of long ago. He was already beginning to handicap the next congressional elections for possible pickups on the Republican side. He was looking ahead towards the presidential sweepstakes in 1996. He felt it was far too early to determine whether there would be any vulnerability by President Clinton. He did think that health care was going to be a net negative in the sense that even if the president were successful, it would appeal to the president's base and would probably not do much for him among those swing blue-collar Democrats, the Nixon coalition, which was later the Reagan coalition, that Clinton had been able to cut into in the last presidential election. So again, it was very analytical, not partisan, but I think just a shrewd analysis of a real political handicapper.
Roger Stone, thank you for some insight into some of the last days and thoughts of the late president. Thanks. Robert Vito, as we've seen, is standing by at Yorba Linda, where the flags are at half-staff and where the plans are well underway for the final rites for the late president. Bob?
With word that President Nixon had died, people came to here to Yorba Linda in droves. They gathered with tears in their eyes, and they brought with them flowers, and they brought with them candles and wreaths that they laid at the door of the Nixon Library. And there was a sense among all the people here, perhaps hundreds of people who have gathered here now, a sense of disbelief and a great agony that the president's life had ended. And so many people who came up to talk to us just reminisced and talked about Watergate, and they said that it will find its respective spot in history, and what a great statesman Mr. Nixon is. And there was a great emotion here when the flags were lowered to half-staff and people prayed, and they just, I think, thought about all the time that had gone by and all the things that had happened, and the man that they loved so dearly had died. Early yesterday, I talked with several old friends, college classmates of Mr. Nixon.
I was so impressed with his desire and enthusiasm and fight.
He wasn't anyone that made small talk. You talked about the subject, and that was it, and he was on his way.
The girl that I dated, and Dick Nixon, and the girl that he was dating went on a snow trip, wasn't it, Dolores? And as we have both said, we wouldn't have made him ride in the rumble seat if we'd have known he's going to be president.
He would get in maybe for the last 2 or 3 minutes of a game, and when Nixon went in, everybody in the stands just hooped and hollered. Great, he got in. He didn't get in enough to make a letter, but he was always there rooting for everybody.
He had no friends in the political arena at that time, including members of the White House staff who really weren't as loyal to him as they should have been. And so I thought he was had, and I felt bitter about the whole thing.
I'm sure they'll never forget Watergate, but I think they'll also consider him probably one of the greatest international statesmen that we've had this century.
I think many, many people have depended on his expertise, and it's going to be missed.
So next Wednesday, Mr. Nixon will make his final journey back to his hometown here in Yorba Linda. Reed?
Robert Vito, thank you, and we'll be, I'm sure, returning to Yorba Linda and Robert Vito as our retrospective continues, and we shall continue in a minute.
I have never been a quitter. To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body. But as president, I must put the interests of America first. Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour in this office. For more than a quarter of a century in public life, I have shared in the turbulent history of this era. I have fought for what I believed in. I have tried, to the best of my ability, to discharge those duties and meet those responsibilities that were entrusted to me. Sometimes I have succeeded, and sometimes I have failed.
In his latter days, President Nixon lived across the Hudson River, across the George Washington Bridge, really, in a upscale community in New Jersey. And CNN's Jeannie Mose has a look at the place where Mr. Nixon spent his last days.
If you think of Richard Nixon as a calculating politician, talk to the guy who cut his hair.
He made you feel relaxed.
Or sold him suits.
Great guy.
Or fixed his shoes.
He really didn't act famous.
Talk to his neighbors at the complex of condominiums where Mr. Nixon lived in Park Ridge, New Jersey.
He made it a habit of walking around the compound morning and night, and if you stopped to talk to him, he was absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Richard Nixon spent his last years less than an hour's drive from Manhattan, but a world away in atmosphere. Mr. Nixon's barber still has a pole, and the haircut he gave the former president every 2 weeks cost $14. Did you ever nick the president?
Unfortunately not. No, was always very careful.
Over at the Ho-Hocus Shoe Service, they were always resoling Mr. Nixon's walking shoes with an especially long-lasting material.
And it got to the point where we would call it Nixon sole.
The soul of Richard Nixon that folks around here knew was friendly and down to earth. Happy to hand out photos.
He gave me this for my 50th birthday.
Uh-huh. What's it say on it?
It's my favorite barber.
He went out of his way to greet people, never brushed off autograph seekers, and readily responded when a 14-year-old fan asked for advice.
Mr. President says, how do I become like you? And the president says, watch less TV and do a lot of reading.
Mr. Nixon used to do a lot of his clothes shopping at McHugh's, where they used to sell him conservative ties.
When we saw him on TV, we were all like, wow, that's the tie that he bought at McHugh's.
And where he also tended to buy $600 three-button H. Freeman suits. Salesman Bill Mosar recalls a conversation they had on the way into the fitting room.
He was talking about Vietnam when he was president, and I had mentioned that I was a Vietnam vet. And he just said, there's something I'd like you to have. The next morning, as I walked in, he said, there's a package down here for you. And he had sent me a book that he had written, No More Vietnams, and he had signed it, thank you for your service.
There's a guard who keeps people out at the condo complex where Mr. Nixon lived, but every Halloween, kids were invited to come trick-or-treat at the former president's.
He would personally greet all of the children at the front door. And this Halloween, for example, we had 700 children come through.
Mr. Nixon's barber says he grew attached to the former president during 8 years of half hours spent snipping and discussing sports and family.
I get attached to all my customers. Of course, he's the one that I'll never forget.
Dominic says that though the thought crossed his mind, he never did save a lock of his most famous customer's hair. Jeannie Mose, CNN, Ho-Hocus, New Jersey.
And coming up in this next half hour of our retrospective of the life of the late Mr. Nixon, we'll have an interview replay that Bernie Shaw conducted with Richard Nixon a couple of years ago. Richard Nixon died in a New York City hospital at 9:08 Eastern Time Friday evening, the consequences of the stroke he'd suffered 4 days before. Retrospective, a look back on the life of Richard Milhouse Nixon now, CNN's Don Harrison.
It was a little Cocker Spaniel dog.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
A full, free, and absolute pardon.
I'm not a crook.
Voices from one of the most colorful past in American politics. Richard Nixon repeatedly soared to the greatest heights and repeatedly came crashing down to earth. He first made a name for himself in the late 1940s as a young California congressman. Adamantly anti-communist, he was an outspoken member of the notorious House Un-American Activities Committee, and he personally investigated State Department official Alger Hiss. In 1950, Nixon became a U.S. Senator after what many called one of the dirtiest campaigns in U.S. history. The victory underscored his reputation as an up-and-coming political heavyweight. But it also earned him a moniker that stuck, Tricky Dick. In 1952, Dwight Eisenhower chose the 39-year-old as his running mate. And when Nixon was accused of improper spending practices as a U.S. Senator, he issued his famous televised checkers speech in defense.
I don't believe that I ought to quit, because I'm not a quitter.
Ike stuck by him, and Nixon served as his vice president for the next 8 years, often acting as the de facto president during Eisenhower's numerous illnesses. In 1960, Nixon was ready for the top spot, facing off against John F. Kennedy and losing one of the closest elections in history. Some blamed his loss on the first televised debate between presidential candidates. The defeat stung, and 2 years later, Nixon lost the California governor's race and was all but written off from national politics. For the next 6 years, Nixon bided his time, engineering a deliberate political comeback that eventually put him back on top of the Republican ticket.
This time we're going to win!
In 1968, Richard Milhouse Nixon finally achieved his goal, narrowly defeating Democratic Vice President Hubert H. Humphrey and third-party candidate George Wallace, and becoming 37th President of the United States. As president, Nixon is probably best known for his international policy. He pledged to get the United States out of Vietnam. But even as American troops trickled out of East Asia, he launched repeated bombing raids in North Vietnam and Cambodia that intensified the war. In 1972, after months of secret negotiations, Nixon, the anti-communist, traveled to Red China to try and normalize relations. 3 months later, he was in Moscow, negotiating limits on the superpower's nuclear arsenals. And just before the '72 elections, his gifted Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, had a slightly premature announcement about Vietnam.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Nixon beat liberal Democrat George McGovern handily in November. But 5 months earlier, a petty crime that would ultimately lead to his political demise became public knowledge. In June 1972, 5 men were arrested breaking into and trying to install listening devices in the Democratic National Committee's office in Washington's Watergate apartment complex. During the first days of his second term, Nixon announced a peace treaty with Vietnam, an end to the draft, and diplomatic relations with China. But almost daily revelations about the Watergate break-in began chipping away at his presidency. A Senate committee, chaired by North Carolina's Sam Ervin, heard testimony linking Nixon administration officials to a cover-up. The hearings were watched by millions, and as the scandal unfolded, the president accepted the resignations of his top aides, H.R. Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, and John Dean. Meanwhile, Nixon's vice president, Spiro Agnew, was forced to resign after pleading no contest to tax evasion. Nixon nominated the House Minority Leader, Gerald Ford, to replace him. The revelation the president secretly taped his meetings in the Oval Office led to the firing of his own special Watergate prosecutor.
Mr. Mann. Aye. Mr. Butler. Aye.
In July of 1974, the House Judiciary Committee recommended the president be impeached. And on August 9th, Richard Nixon became the first U.S. president in history to resign from office.
I have never been a quitter. To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body.
Nixon retreated to his home in San Clemente, California, and almost died of complications from a blood circulation disorder in 1974. His self-imposed exile lasted 4 years when he began writing a series of books about his presidency and his view of the world. By the late 70s, he began making appearances abroad, reveling in the glory days of his international achievements and cementing his reputation as an elder statesman. Since 1980, he's advised every U.S. president, particularly on international diplomacy. His seasoned hand even guided America's young new president.
I want to again say how much I have appreciated the wise counsel he has given me on the question of Russia and many other issues since I have been president.
In June of 1993, his stoic wife, Pat, died of lung cancer. But he kept active, traveling to Russia last month and angering President Boris Yeltsin by meeting with his political rivals. The American people will always have ambivalent feelings about Richard Nixon, but perhaps the last word is best left to the man himself.
You must never give up. You must remember that you have to take risks in order to achieve anything, that sometimes you will suffer defeat. But the mark of any individual is to recover from defeat and disappointment and go on and give it his best shot.
This is Bernard Shaw again in Johannesburg, South Africa. When we return, 2 extended segments of an interview I conducted with the late President Nixon in New York City in 1992. Surely one of the legacies of Richard Milhouse Nixon has to be the sheer weight of the written record he left behind. Many books were authored by this former president in past years, and it seemed that after a while, every time he came out with a book, we sat down with him. In January 15th, 1992 in New York City, the book at the time was Seize the Moment, America's Challenge in a One Superpower World. And this is how it began. Throughout this book that's just laden with all kinds of ideas and positions that you've accrued over your many years in office, you talk about American idealism. First question, was American idealism naive when it comes to Saddam Hussein? 1 year after the war, he's alive and still in power.
It was not naive. I think it was a pragmatic decision on the part of President Bush and the administration. He had indicated at the time that we were going to use military force against Saddam Hussein for one purpose, and that was to get him out of Kuwait. He got the support of the Congress and the support of the UN on that basis. Then, having gotten that support, once he was out of Kuwait, he had accomplished the war aim. He believed that if he went further than that, that it would be, of course, in violation of the agreement or implied that he had with those that supported it. In retrospect, we can look back and think that it would have been better to go on and eliminate Saddam Hussein. But that time may come. Saddam Hussein is now on trial before the world.
So in your gut, in retrospect, Richard Nixon thinks the United States should have gone to the gates of Baghdad and taken him out.
No, I don't want to be in the position of saying that President Bush should have done that.
Would you have done it?
I'm indicating here that I understand why the administration, President Bush, having made the commitment to the Congress and to the UN that our war goal was to get him out of Kuwait, he felt that we could not go further. I think under the circumstances, looking back, he probably says, I wish we had knocked him out, because after all, he called him a Hitler. And we want to remember, Hitler died in a bunker. And that, of course, is what Saddam Hussein should do now.
He should.
Yes. My view is this. As you know, it is American policy that we do not engage in assassination of foreign leaders. However, if Saddam Hussein stiffs the UN on the inspections of his nuclear and chemical facilities, and if we find that there is a facility which is being used in violation of the understandings that were reached at the end of our war there, then the United States should take that facility out. And at the same time, this time, we should take out Saddam Hussein, too, because he's an evil man. It's just as simple as that.
A year ago, on the threshold of war, what were you thinking? What were you feeling?
I expressed my feelings to the president at that time because I'd been through it. We presided, as you know, over a war, the war in Vietnam, the longest in American history. We wound it down. We ended it. It was a very difficult war for a president, of course, but even more difficult for those who fought and those who served, and particularly for the next of kin, with those who died. And I knew that it was a very difficult decision for President Bush, because he had served in war. He's a man of peace. But he knew, and I agreed with this, that unless he acted with military force then, at the time that he did, it would simply be inviting that kind of aggression in the future. And one of the positive fallouts of his using force this time against Saddam Hussein is that the next time he threatens to use it, it won't be an empty cannon. Potential aggressors will know that this man will use force if necessary to deter or to turn back aggression.
This morning, as you looked at your New York Times, one of the biggest stories above the fold on the front page dealt with Iraq and its production of plutonium. It's getting equipment from Germany. In this book, you talk about the high-handed attitude of corporations in Germany which disregard world peace concerns and sell weaponry, equipment to anybody.
That's right, and incidentally, Germany is not alone. But Germany at this time is the worst offender because it's a highly developed industrial society. And they will sell equipment as they do, for example, to Iraq. That is why it is very important for the United States to remain in NATO so that we will have a voice with the Germans and with others, because it's absolutely imperative that this proliferation of nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, missiles, etc., be stopped. And the only way you can stop it is if you have a voice at the table. But the German corporations who have done this are totally irresponsible, and we should condemn it and should use our influence in the future to get it stopped.
Can President Bush jawbone Helmut Kohl?
No doubt about it. Helmut Kohl is a very responsible German statesman. I imagine that he regrets that this has happened as much as we do here. But in the future, and that's what we're talking about here, Iraq is only an example of what could happen in other places. There are other potential candidates to acquire nuclear weapons and missiles around the world. And we cannot have Western companies, whether they're German or French or even ours, of course. We cannot allow directly or indirectly any assistance to these potential international outlaws.
Back to NATO. Quote from your book, "Without a military presence in Europe, we will have no voice in Europe."
What that really gets down to is a comment that was made by Ben Stein, who served in our White House. You may remember him, who's now out in Hollywood. And he said that in Las Vegas, for example, you can't play unless you have a seat at the table. Now, we have to have a seat at the table in Europe if we are to have any influence on the policies of Europe. That's important to us economically because the new Europe will be an economic giant, even bigger than ourselves. It's very important militarily. It's very important in this field of nuclear and other proliferation. Unless the United States is in Europe, it means that we will not have the influence with our European allies and friends that we otherwise would have. Europe needs us, but we need Europe too.
You go so far as to suggest that former Eastern Bloc countries be brought under NATO's umbrella.
Yeah. At the proper time, and that should be very soon, those that are democracies, those who have a peaceful foreign policy, should be brought into NATO. And incidentally, I think NATO should look with favor on the suggestion that even Russia join NATO at the proper time, provided it meets the requirements, which are first, it must be a democracy, and second, it must have a foreign policy which is non-aggressive, because that basically is what NATO is all about. NATO is not an offensive alliance. NATO is a defensive alliance. And any countries that have power for the purpose of defense and also are democracies, I think, might be eligible for membership.
Let's get on a plane now and go to Moscow. Why did Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev misread his people?
I think it's because he was a very sincere man. The difficulty was that he sincerely believed in the wrong things. I don't mean that believing in democracy was wrong.
He was a communist to his toes.
He was that's right. He was a very sincerely, true believing communist. People forget that. They forget that he never left the Communist Party, as did Boris Yeltsin. They forget, too, that he is a very devoted and dedicated Russian nationalist. He did not want to abandon communism. His reforms had for their purpose saving communism. What he wanted was communism with reforms. What the Russian people wanted was reforms without communism. And that's why he failed. If he had left the Communist Party, I think he could have survived. And if he had left it, particularly in terms of going as far as Boris Yeltsin has, of endorsing private ownership, which he always refused to do, he might have survived.
In effect, you say Gorbachev blew it.
Yes, he did, and he's a very intelligent man, but I think that he blew it for a reason that many of us will understand. He deeply believed in Marxism, right to the last. He wanted to reform it. He knew it had been inhumane under Stalin and some of his successors, but by failing to cut the umbilical cord to his communist heritage, that's why he failed.
On page 105, referring to Gorbachev, you say he has the great ego characteristic of most successful statesmen, and you mentioned, quote, his iron emotional control. I put the book down, I said, that's Nixon talking about Nixon.
Well, I suppose that those of us that are in this club now of former leaders, and he has joined that, that we can look at each other somewhat objectively. You do have to have self-confidence in order to be a leader. That doesn't mean arrogance, but it means that you've got to be confident that when you make decisions, they're the right ones and you follow through on them. Gorbachev had great self-confidence. He believed first in his ideology. Second, he believed he was competent to carry out the plans that he endorsed. And as a result, he was very effective up to a point. But what destroyed him was, what defeated him was, that he could not, with all of his self-confidence, abandon what was really the fatal flaw being the communist ideology which opposed private property and which, of course, was eventually the reason for his downfall.
Well, the man clearly was a diplomatic walking factotum, and in terms of foreign policy issues, he was almost clairvoyant. Our senior executive producer, Mike Klein, screened that Nixon tape a short while ago, and he says that it's striking that Richard Nixon was so correct on so many of the subjects. When we come back, the second segment of the extended interview with former President Richard Milhouse Nixon, who died Friday night in New York City at 9:08 Eastern Daylight Time. Back in a moment with segment 2. It's rare that an American citizen gets a chance to advise and commiserate with a President of the United States. But in 1990, the late President Richard Nixon invited me and about 9 other guests to a private dinner at his house in Saddle River, New Jersey. And he gave the dinner for Zbigniew Brzezinski, former National Security Advisor to former President Jimmy Carter, because Mr. Brzezinski had a new book out. And as we were having cocktails before going into dinner, Mr. Nixon made us aware that he was going to be going to Moscow to see Mikhail Gorbachev. And we talked about that, and I said, Mr. President, you know, you're going to have a problem. There's a lot of criticism because of the preoccupation seemingly with Gorbachev, the personality, the man. I said, how do you avoid being used by Gorbachev? And he pondered the question, and he looked at me and he said, you're right, I will have to be very careful about that. And there is a risk in being used by the sitting president in the then Soviet Union. Going back to the interview that we did with Mr. Nixon January 15th in 1992, this is the segment in which we began on the subject of then Secretary of State James Baker. Why do you have contempt, visceral thoughts about the people in the State Department? This book has got several zingers aimed at the State Department. This one, Secretary of State James Baker, and ergo the President of the United States. Why do you have that feeling?
When you call visceral contempt, where let's distinguish between the group as a whole and between individuals. I have known many outstanding Foreign Service men and women, and they're among the best in the world. People say that they're like the ugly Americans, they don't know the languages and they don't have the manners and so forth. That's all nonsense. When it comes, however, to initiatives, bold initiatives, they do not come from the Foreign Service. I would say that as far as the initiatives that we undertook during our administration, that they came from the White House. The Foreign Service implemented it. So under the circumstances, I do not have a strong position against the Foreign Service as a whole. I'm simply saying if you want new initiatives, they must come from the White House, or if you have a strong Secretary of State, even from the Secretary of State.
Using those remarks as a springboard, I'm compelled to ask you, or to assert, you don't like the phrase New World Order, do you?
No, I don't. I think it's an overstatement. It's rhetoric which is really not based on sound philosophy, and frankly, it isn't based on the real world.
That's a major dig at George Herbert Walker Bush.
Well, let me say I don't think that he supports that concept at the present time.
You don't think he means what he says?
No. Right after the war, you know, the Persian Gulf War, there was euphoria, and we thought, now we have a new world. We're not going to have any aggressors because we have paid them off in this case and we have deterred them. And with the collapse of communism in the Soviet Union, we're going to have an entirely new world there as well. But the more things change, the more they remain the same insofar as stability is concerned. The hopes for peace, the hopes for progress, the hopes for freedom are infinitely greater than they were before these recent developments. But on the other hand, we have to realize that we're moving into uncharted waters, that we have instability around the world. What we have to do is to seize the moment, to be sure that this unstable situation does not result in chaos and eventually in armed conflicts. That can be done, but it's going to require strong leadership, and I think we can expect that kind of leadership from President Bush, and incidentally, far more from him than any of his potential competitors, who know very little about foreign policy, and most of what most of them know is wrong.
So you give the back of your hand to the Democrats, the Bill Clintons, the Paul Songases, and the Bob Kerrys and those folks?
Well, when you say the back of the hand, I don't know any of them personally. I've heard them on television. I now and then watch television. And I think they're all well-intentioned people.
Fine Americans.
Fine Americans, but, but let me just put it this way. Putting it in political context, there isn't a heavyweight in the bunch. On the other hand, as I pointed out on occasion, once one of them is nominated, he'll get a dose of media steroids that'll make him a heavyweight. And then the question is, can he beat George Bush? In my view, no, although it's going to be much closer than it was the last time out because of the recession.
You say among the Democrats who are trying to get their party's presidential nomination, there's not a heavyweight in the bunch. Is Dan Quayle a heavyweight?
Dan Quayle can be. He has not reached that point yet, as he would be the first to say, and that is true, frankly, of any vice president. I mean, I've served there as 8 years, as you know. I would say, too, that as far as he's concerned, he's taken some pretty rough knocks, as you know.
He certainly has.
Yes. Some say he earned them, but whether he did or not is irrelevant. So he had a long way to go, but he's handled himself with poise. I believe that at the present time, there's no way he's going to be dumped from the ticket. I believe that he will be an asset to the ticket at this time, particularly because of the Buchanan candidacy. That means that we're going to have on that ticket somebody that can hold the conservatives in line.
Do you wish...
Not that George Bush is not a conservative.
Do you wish Pat Buchanan would just go away?
No. I'm among those who believes that probably it's healthy to have this competition. Pat Buchanan, let me get one thing very, very clear here. He says outrageous things, but he is not an outrageous person. You know him personally, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Buchanan, unlike some of the nuts on the right, as well as their colleagues, the nuts on the left, is not a hater. Pat Buchanan is a decent, patriotic American. I think what we have to bear in mind, however, is that he has some strong views, which I believe are wrong. He wants America to basically adopt an isolationist policy. I think that's wrong. It's not in the interests of America. I think that under the circumstances, therefore, he should not receive the nomination or be elected president. On the other hand, his voice on that and other issues should be heard. And I think that he will have a voice at the convention, which he will earn due to the fact that he's probably going to get as much as 40% of the vote in New Hampshire.
We shall see. This book, one of the things that startled me was to whom you dedicated it. To the Democrats, a small d. Geopolitically.
Bernie, I got a letter from a good friend that I had sent this book to, and she wrote and said, I don't understand why you dedicated it to the Democrats. Apparently, she didn't know the difference between lowercase and higher-case letters. It is to the Democrats in the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, what I call the former evil empire, in Russia, in the Ukraine, all over the world. As Freedom House recently reported, in Africa, 22 countries have moved toward democracy.
You know, you're almost evangelical in tone. You're almost evangelical in tone in this book about the Democrats, right, the world over.
It's the wave of the future. You know, we used to say, or it used to be said, that the wave of the future was totalitarianism and communism and the rest.
Mm-hmm.
No longer. Today, democracy is the wave of the future. Today, free markets are the wave of the future. That doesn't mean, however, that it's for sure.
North Korea. Some people are saying as early as next year, North Korea could have its first nuclear weapon.
North Korea is one of the areas that would involve the United States. The other is, of course, the Mideast, in the event that war came about, because we cannot let North Korea overrun South Korea again, because not only of South Korea, but because of Japan. I think, therefore, we have to use diplomacy, which is being used in this same report you referred to, but every other means possible to see that they do not acquire that capability. If they do, then it's going to be necessary to control them in other ways.
We have 2 minutes, regrettably so. In your last chapter, you say, if the United States, if America is to fulfill her destiny, she must do something about the education system, and you draw a bullseye around the educational bureaucracy in the United States.
Let's look at the situation. We spend more per capita on education than any country in the world today. Now, in view of that, we ought to have the best education system in the world, and we do in many respects. But our public education, particularly in the primary and secondary schools, is in many places a disaster. And one of the reasons is because the establishment does not adopt the kind of reforms that it should adopt to improve the excellence. For example, the fact that our high school students, so many of them are not qualified when they finish high school.
How do you want to be remembered?
I would say that my goal at this late stage in my life is to be remembered as one who made a difference, particularly in the areas in which I've been primarily interested, the areas of foreign policy, peace, freedom, free markets, democracy around the world. Made a difference in moving the world a bit, and the United States, of course, in that direction. Because what helps the rest of the world helps us.
Mr. President, seize the moment. America's challenge in a one-superpower world. I finished it at 5:35 this morning in my New York hotel room. It was worth the effort.
I'm complimented.
We thank you for joining us on World Day. Richard Milhouse Nixon, 37th President of the United States. That interview was conducted January 15th, 1992. And Reed Collins, it's 7:30 in the morning, Saturday morning here in Johannesburg, South Africa. You know, I found Richard Nixon one of the easiest persons to interview, and it was always rewarding as a journalist to interview the man. Back to you.
Thank you, Bernie. He never lacked thoughts, and Bernie never lacked some good questions to him. Insightful. At the place where Richard Nixon spent his last hours at the New York hospital, where he died about 8 minutes after 9 on a Friday evening in New York City, some people have come by, as they are wont to do occasionally when the passing of the well-known is made known to them. Let's go now to Gary Tuckman, who is live at the scene. Gary?
Well, Reed, you're right. Shortly after Mr. Nixon passed away at 9:08 Eastern Time, people in this neighborhood came to the hospital. A lot of the folks that came by said they just wanted to stop by and kind of be there when Mr. Nixon passed away. A lot of those people were admirers of the 37th President of the United States. You know, when Mr. Nixon came to this hospital on Monday night after suffering a stroke, doctors said the first 96 hours would be crucial. Well, he passed away after exactly 98 hours at this hospital. Things did not go well for Richard Nixon while he was here. The hope was that he would improve quickly. As a matter of fact, doctors were very optimistic when he got here. He suffered a stroke Monday night, was brought to the hospital. The next day they said Mr. Nixon was in serious but stable condition. And doctors held a news conference and they said right away, they said he is out of immediate danger. That's what we believe. Usually when doctors are not too optimistic, they just won't say anything. But it led a lot of people to believe that Mr. Nixon would recover. How complete of a recovery we did not know, but doctors were quite optimistic at that point. He was actually moved out of the intensive care unit, moved into a private room. But after he went into that private room, they got some bad news. His brain had started to swell. He was in critical condition and his prognosis was guarded. From there on in, it was all downhill. Yesterday, he went into a deep coma. And today, of course, he passed away. Mr. Nixon passed away at 9:08. The media was basically alerted about an hour and a half later. In the meantime, his body had been taken out of the hospital and brought to a funeral home in New Jersey. He had lived in New Jersey for the past 14 years. He moved to Saddle River, New Jersey in 1980, and then a few years ago, they didn't like the big house anymore. They felt they needed a smaller place, Pat Nixon and Richard Nixon, and they moved to the town of Park Ridge, a townhouse development in Park Ridge, New Jersey, which is right near Saddle River, New Jersey. So right now, his body is at a funeral home in New Jersey. On Tuesday, his body will be taken to the Stewart Air Force Base. That's in Newburgh, New York. That's in upstate New York. There will be a 21-gun salute for the former President of the United States. A military band will be there, and then his body will be flown to California for the burial in Yorba Linda, his hometown where he was born 81 years ago. Reed, back to you.
All right, Gary Tuckman live in front of the hospital in New York. Author, historian, and commentator on the passing scene, Michael Beschloss, is now with us. Michael, can you ask us, or tell us the question to the question asked, or the answer to it? Why didn't people know Richard Nixon? We've seen him tonight a great deal. Do you have a sense that the American public really knew the inside personage there?
No, I think they really didn't, Reed. This was someone who was a very shy and rather reticent man, and who, in the spirit of many political leaders, spent really his adult lifetime in many ways in an exercise of concealment. This was someone who did not open to people very easily. Even Henry Kissinger felt that there were very few moments during the Nixon presidency when he really glimpsed the essential Richard Nixon. One moment he felt that way, oddly enough, was in 1970. Kissinger and Nixon were working in California, and Nixon, on the spur of the moment, said, "I want you to come with me and see the place I was born in Yorba Linda." They got into the car, they drove there, Nixon took him around the town, and for the first time, Kissinger saw Nixon relax in his setting, the setting of the place of his birth. For the first time, Kissinger really began to feel that he was seeing the inner human being.
And did Henry Kissinger give you some insight as to what sort of a person, aside from a complex man, which he said publicly he was?
Well, what Kissinger was astonished by on this occasion and later on was that as Nixon spoke about his political rise from that very modest house in Yorba Linda, Nixon felt that in many ways it hadn't been the result of his own talent and resilience and discipline, but in a way all by accident. Nixon was very much aware of the fact that the pendulum of fate could have swung the other way, and he might have remained a small-town lawyer in Southern California. Kissinger felt that it was this essential insecurity that really underlay much of what Nixon did in politics, and perhaps even the, at times, rather grandiose idea of himself in power.
We have seen in the interview with Bernie Shaw some of his gifts of prophecy, which were sharp indeed. What made him, a Californian, a man on the verge of the continent, and a lawyer, such a quick study in foreign affairs? Was it some secret knowledge of personality he held?
I think that was part of it, but it was very much self-taught. Nixon in his early years, the early years of his life, had no particular experience in international relations. It was only while in Congress in 1947 that he joined the Herter Committee in the House of Representatives. The Foreign Affairs Committee made a trip to Europe, developed an interest. Nixon knew that, especially at the time of the early Cold War, the only leaders who were with national stature were those who had a command of international relations. Nixon, from the very beginning, had very high ambitions in national life. He felt that one way to make a shortcut to national prominence would be to specialize in foreign policy, and that was one of the elements of Nixon's success. He became Vice President of the United States at the age of 39. That was really unprecedented.
Michael Beschloss, let's continue this conversation, and we'll bring in our analyst Bill Schneider also, and we'll get some viewer phone calls, if they will, right after this. We're talking about the late Richard M. Nixon, who succumbed to the effects of the stroke Friday evening in a hospital in New York City. Talking about that with Michael Beschloss, historian and the man who analyzes history and politicians and their role in it. Michael, how do you suppose history, and this is an unfair question asked always, will rate Mr. Nixon as President of the United States?
I think as an important president, and I think whether they see him as anything approaching a great president will depend probably on his performance in foreign affairs. That was very much what Nixon used to stake his claim on history. And I think much of this will depend on what people finally feel about the Cold War. I think if historians come to the conclusion that the Cold War was won by a combination of moderation and strength, rather similar to Nixon's détente policies in the early 1970s, I think Nixon will look very good. The great imponderable, of course, is how importantly historians deal with Watergate 25 or 50 years from now. Richard Nixon 10 years ago said that in 50 years, Watergate will be merely a footnote. Historians will not take it seriously. They will think much more about my opening to China and other accomplishments of my administration. I would tend to be a little bit skeptical about that. I think that historians will always be looking at Richard Nixon with one eye on the considerable accomplishments of this administration, both in foreign affairs and also a very rich domestic legacy, particularly from his first term, but the other eye will always be focused on the fact that this was the only president in American history to have to resign his office.
Very well. The contemporary historian and the last man is the man, I suppose, in the street. Bill Schneider, our analyst, knows what he is thinking, at least most of the time, or has some statistical material to back it up. Or what was the relationship between populists and Mr. Nixon?
Well, I'd say that Richard Nixon, it was an unusual relationship because he was hated by large numbers of people. Now, most politicians are, particularly presidents. Ronald Reagan, a lot of people hated Ronald Reagan, but he was also loved by a major constituency. Franklin Roosevelt was loved by a large number of Americans, but hated by some. It's very rare to find many voters who say they loved Richard Nixon. Many, many Americans respected Richard Nixon and admired him, and they're expressing that admiration and that respect tonight. But it's rare to hear someone say, I loved Richard Nixon. So he wasn't exactly a polarizing figure in the classic sense.
Very well. Let's see what the caller from the state of Michigan has to say.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
You're on.
I'm a college student, and I'm someone with fairly conservative beliefs, and I think that, you know, as I look at Nixon and studied his lifetime in politics, I have to disagree with I think, you know, as I look at Nixon, I think that he is a great accomplished leader in foreign policy, and I don't believe that Watergate, I think even now in my generation, is even regarded as that big of an issue.
Does your generation study Watergate?
Yeah, I mean, as far as in colleges, and if you take any kind of a historical class, you do look at that as a period, because he is the only president that has resigned, and it's something that, as far as presidents go, we've got to look at that. But as far as playing as a big, I mean, Whitewater could be. I mean, Ronald Reagan went through with the Iran-Contra affair. Went through the same things as Watergate, but he didn't. He came out unscathed, basically, and it's just a matter of, you know, how the people play on what they believe, and or what they believe is wrong, and how the media addresses the issue. And I think that somehow Ronald Reagan avoided that. Richard Nixon did not.
All right, a younger caller from Michigan who recalls the time well and studies it. Bill Schneider, were you struck, as a lot of people were, with the apparent somberness and genuine heartfeltness that the President Clinton displayed tonight in the Rose Garden, as if there is some magical relationship among presidents, past and present?
Well, he did express a great deal of personal conviction in his remarks about Richard Nixon. There seemed to be a kind of unusual bond. Remember that Clinton was an anti-war protester. Nixon was one of the architects of the Vietnam War. His wife, Hillary Rodham Clinton, worked on the House Judiciary Committee, which drew up articles of impeachment against Richard Nixon. But I think there is something that Clinton recognizes in Nixon, and he put his finger on it in his own remarks. He said he admired Nixon's resilience. You know what? Richard Nixon was the original comeback kid, and Clinton fashions himself as the comeback kid. Richard Nixon came back from political death 30 years ago. He was given up for dead in 1964. He had lost the presidency. He had lost the governorship of California. You can't get much deader than that. And he came back to win the presidency twice. Then, of course, he resigned in humiliation and became something of a world statesman. That's resilience, and that's the quality that I think President Clinton expressed admiration for.
It could be said of him, he made Teflon look like Velcro. Let's take a call from Tennessee. Tennessee?
Yes. I have always been a Nixon supporter. I can remember him when he was Eisenhower's vice president. I grew up in a household where news, was on all the time, and we were made to be aware of what was going on in the world. And from a sentimental standpoint, he was the first presidential candidate that I cast my first vote for. So from sentimental value, there has always been a soft spot in my heart for him. I think he's always been underrated as a president. I think that, yes, he made mistakes, but I don't know of anybody in political office or outside of political office that has not made mistakes and has not paid the price for those mistakes. And I think that history will treat him kindly in lieu of the accomplishments that he did. But there was another side to that man that that most people didn't get to see. I got to meet him, fortunately, several times at Shea Stadium in New York. He was a big baseball fan, as I am. And he was sitting in the owner's seat, and he was flanked by his Secret Service guards. And he went to catch a fly ball, and the Secret Service stepped in front of him because they thought the ball was going to hit him. And he was outraged because they did him out of the chance to catch a fly ball. And it was a human side to a very complex man. And he was a family man. I mean, you can see it in pictures with him and his family. He was truly devoted to his wife. I saw one of your pictures earlier where they showed, you know, him at Pat's funeral. And I thought, my God, what a broken man. And he was just devastated when she died. And I think that President Clinton used the correct words in that when he said wise counsel. Because I think politicians realize that he did have a lot to offer, and that he did have intelligence, and he did have depth in which to be able to see things that maybe they can't see, or that they tend maybe not to look in the right direction, or whatever they saw in him. Because whenever there was something of world importance, who did the leaders always turn to? They turned to Richard Nixon. They didn't turn to a lot of other politicians who were, you know, equally as smart. I'm not, you know, putting down any one particular party, but they seemed always to turn to Richard Nixon. He always was being asked for his opinion on this, that, and the other thing. And that in itself says something, that they must have respected his intelligence, they must have respected his abilities, they must have respected his experience. And he certainly did have all of that. And I think that he will be sadly missed. I've been, you know, of course, watching the news all week long with great sadness because I really did not expect him to survive. I was surprised he survived this long. And the gentleman that's on there with you now used the word resilient. Yes, he was resilient. He should have died by all medical rights on Monday or Tuesday when he slipped into the first coma. But no, he hung on. He just was an incredible man. Like I said, yes, he made mistakes, and yes, he paid for those mistakes. And he will be judged, of course, because of them also. But I think that in time, that the mistakes he made will be overshadowed by the greatness that he did accomplish. There are things that we can look back on and say, yes, if it had not been for Nixon, this would not have happened. Where would our relationships with Russia be now had he not started something? Look at our relationship with China. Where would it be if he had not started something? And I think that it's sad that it takes someone's death to have people finally acknowledge and admit that, yes, he did have some greatness. And I have always loved him, and I probably always will. I may not have always agreed with everything he did, but one thing that people tend to overlook also, he brought our men home from Vietnam. And at that time I was in the service, and one of the jobs that I did was to go to the Air Force Base in Washington to pick up the guys coming home from Nam and to bring them back to Walter Reed Medical Center. And I'll never forget some of those young men. They were the same age I was.
All right, caller from Tennessee, laudatory of the memory and the actions of Mr. Nixon, and we'll continue our conversations in just a minute. We are talking about the late Richard M. Nixon, the 37th president of this country, who succumbed Friday night about 9 o'clock in New York City in a hospital. Historian Beschloss, we, a couple of calls back, heard from a woman who had an anecdote to tell about the president who was trying to catch a fly ball and his Secret Service agents wouldn't let him. Of such is history made, and we don't have many of those little stories about this president, do we?
Well, I think he was tended to be seen as a rather formal person, although one of great political skill. I think one of the amazing developments of the years since Nixon left office is that he has developed, in a way, an even emotional hold on many Americans in a way that we wouldn't have foreseen. This is something that he's encouraged through his books and speeches and interviews, and that is presenting himself as sort of the avatar of someone who comes back, who never quits, and who is always fighting and is able to renew himself after a period of defeat. He wrote a book in 1990 called In the Arena, which was as much a self-help book as it was a memoir. And I think one reason why people now identify with Richard Nixon is not so much on the basis of political ideology, but there are a lot of people in the United States who see this as someone who was very tenacious, who was failed a number of times, but never quit and finally came back.
All right, to get us up to date in contemporary politics, Bill Snyder, will Mr. Clinton have an opportunity to bridge some gaps and perhaps heal some things when he is one of the chief eulogizers of Mr. Nixon Wednesday night?
Well, I think he's going to try to, assuage some of the bitter partisanship that's taken over Washington. Clinton has become, surprisingly to many, a polarizing figure, even though he's a moderate in the Democratic Party. And I think he wants to reach out to a lot of his Republican critics. He's going to need their support on many of his initiatives, and his majority is likely to get smaller, not bigger, in the Congress next year. So I think he wants to use this opportunity to try to make peace and reach hands across the partisan aisle. And in many ways, his respect for Richard Nixon may be a gesture towards doing that.
And of course, it is his duty as well.
Yes.
We'll continue our talks in just a minute after these messages. And as the Republic of the United States rolls on through this period of darkness, flags are flying at half-staff in Washington, D.C., at the White House, the other federal buildings, all the way across the land to the far reach of the continent in California, at Yorba Linda. The flags also signify the fact that the 37th President of the United States, Richard Nixon, has died. More on the life, a review of the life of Richard Nixon and Mark Left.
My goal at this late stage in my life is to be remembered as one who made a difference, particularly in the areas in which I've been primarily interested, the areas of foreign policy, peace, freedom, free markets, democracy around the world.
Richard Nixon's political career was a continual battle with public perception. Throughout it, he was preoccupied with the notions of personal honesty and perseverance. The fiercely anti-communist young congressman of the late 40s waged what some people called the dirtiest campaign on record to win a Senate seat in 1950. It earned him the nickname Tricky Dick. Within 2 years, he was the Republican Party's choice for vice president, campaigning on the twin themes of anti-communism and democratic corruption, and suddenly facing Democratic charges that he had taken improper campaign contributions.
It was a little Cocker Spaniel dog.
Nixon defended his honesty in a television speech named for the family dog Checkers, a speech he said years later was the most important of his life.
I don't believe that I ought to quit, because I'm not a quitter.
Dwight Eisenhower kept him on the ticket. Nixon became president in all but name 3 times during their 2 terms because of Eisenhower's illness. The vice presidency gave him both a taste for the top job and a chance to study world affairs firsthand. A mob attacked him in Venezuela.
And will be...
Nikita Khrushchev shook his hand in Moscow. After 8 years as number 2, Nixon got his party's nomination for the presidency.
Good evening.
Most observers agreed that despite Nixon's effectiveness on television in 1952, he didn't come across as well in the 1960 televised debates as did his Democratic opponent, John Kennedy. Nixon lost that election, lost again 2 years later when he tried to unseat California's Democratic governor, and then, uncharacteristically, told reporters he wouldn't be back.
You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
Through the Kennedy years of near-nuclear confrontation with the Soviet Union and the beginning of the U.S. troop buildup in Vietnam, Nixon began working to reunify the Republican Party. Watching Lyndon Johnson push his massive social spending programs through Congress in the months after Kennedy's death, working for Barry Goldwater in his unsuccessful challenge to Johnson in 1964, and watching the Johnson administration fighting a larger war in Southeast Asia, and as a result, fighting a runaway economy at home. When Johnson lost his personal war with public opinion and decided not to run again in 1968, Nixon, dubbed the New Nixon, emerged as the Republican challenger to Johnson's Vice President, Hubert Humphrey.
This time we're going to win.
With third-party candidate George Wallace taking conservative Democratic votes away from Humphrey, Richard Nixon finally got what he'd wanted since 1960. With the Vietnam War a major domestic issue, the new administration began pulling U.S. troops out of that country in mid-1969. But during Nixon's first term, the cost of the war and other federal spending helped push inflation to record levels. And in mid-1971, the president reluctantly ordered wage and price controls for the first time in 20 years, adding a 10% tax on imports, ending the traditional and artificial $35 an ounce price of gold. The three-month order turned into a year-and-a-half program that had only mixed effects on the economy and left Gerald Ford still trying to clean up the mess with a public relations campaign years later. During Nixon's first term, American soldiers extended the fighting in Southeast Asia to Laos and Cambodia. The president ordered U.S. troops to bomb North Vietnam for the first time in 4 years and to mine that country's ports. In 1972, after months of secret diplomacy, Richard Nixon went to Beijing on what he called a journey for peace, an attempt to normalize relations with China's communist government. 3 months later, he was in Moscow, another first for a U.S. president, negotiating with Leonid Brezhnev to cut back nuclear missiles on both sides. And just before the election, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger strongly hinted the long-running war in Vietnam was nearly over.
We believe that peace is at hand.
Nixon later said he hadn't wanted Kissinger to go that far, but there was no question the international developments were a help in his bid for re-election. His Democratic challenger would be George McGovern, a senator from the liberal wing of the party. In June 1972, 5 people broke into the Democratic National Committee's office in Washington's Watergate office complex, the first public link in a tangled chain that would later tie Nixon to another first, the first U.S. president to resign from office. Nixon won the 1972 election with nearly 2/3 of the popular vote and almost all the electoral votes. Within days of beginning his second term, he announced a Vietnam peace treaty, the end of the draft, and the beginning of a diplomatic relationship with China. Also within days, 2 of the Watergate break-in defendants were convicted. The others had already pled guilty, and the Nixon presidency began to unravel rapidly.
I'm not a crook.
The president again publicly defended his own honesty as 4 of his top assistants quit over charges the White House was trying to cover up involvement in the burglaries.
Republicans do not cover up.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
A Senate committee heard testimony that there was administration involvement. And while all that was going on, Nixon's vice president, former Maryland Governor Spiro Agnew, pled no contest to tax evasion charges and resigned in October. The president appointed House Minority Leader Gerald Ford as vice president, and 3 more senior officials quit or were fired in a dispute over whether the president should release recordings of White House conversations. At the beginning of Nixon's final year as president, the OPEC oil embargo, fallout from the 1973 Yom Kippur War in the Middle East, was hitting the U.S. economy hard. Congress was hitting Richard Nixon harder.
Mr. Mann. Aye. Mr. Butler.
Aye.
The House Judiciary Committee recommended the president be impeached, tried by the Senate, on charges of conspiracy to obstruct justice, violating his oath of office, and unconstitutionally defying committee subpoenas. On August 8, 1974, Richard Nixon announced he would resign.
I have never been a quitter. To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body.
Nixon's decision had come after some of his few remaining political allies convinced him he'd lost virtually all political support.
All set.
There would be one more speech to members of the presidential staff, a speech of thanks, a tearful reference to his mother, and a reprise of an old theme, honesty.
No man or no woman came into this administration and left it with more of this world's goods than when he came in.
A month after Nixon left the White House for the last time as president, his replacement, Gerald Ford, announced
a full, free, and absolute pardon unto Richard Nixon.
The former president virtually disappeared for more than 4 years. Blood problems nearly killed him in 1974. He exercised by walking and by playing golf, said he gave up the game when he broke 80, and started writing a series of books on his views of the world and his views of himself. By the late 70s, he was beginning to appear in public again. A few caucus appearances in the U.S., traveling to Egypt twice for the funerals of the Shah of Iran, and not long afterward, of President Anwar Sadat, and even returning to China to visit old friends there. He still had friends at home.
They buried him at a crossroads with a stake through his heart like a vampire, you know. And sure enough, he's risen up. And there's no stopping him.
And still had legal problems over whether he or the U.S. government would control his presidential papers. The passage of time turned him into something of an elder statesman, playing piano occasionally in public while advising presidents in private. 16 years after leaving the White House, Richard Nixon opened the only privately run presidential library in the country, financed with help from his book profits, dedicated with help from the 3 Republican presidents who'd followed him. The museum gave him a forum to cover his career, from congressman to unindicted co-conspirator, from the Great Wall to Watergate, as he wanted it. The occasion gave Richard Nixon the chance to compose his own epitaph.
You must never give up. You must remember that you have to take risks in order to achieve anything, that sometimes you will suffer defeat. But the mark of any individual is to recover from defeat and disappointment and go on and give it his best shot.
All right, we'll be getting back to your phone calls in just a minute. Let's continue our discussion, though, with Michael Beschloss and with Bill Schneider about the life and the times of the late Richard Nixon. Why do you suppose, Michael, it was that Mr. Nixon decided to make that comeback that we just heard about? Other presidents who lived long after their presidencies seemed to rather fade away. Even Harry Truman for long walks and others, but nobody wanted to come back and take it again.
Yes, I think that's right, Reed. Well, I think it's 2 things. First of all, long before Watergate, Richard Nixon made it very clear, at least to those around him in the White House, that he was not going to be content to live the ordinary life of an ex-president. Usually ex-presidents live a life of great quietude, as you suggest, and almost go into oblivion. Nixon began making plans late in his first term to turn the Nixon Presidential Library into something more than a passive repository. It would have films that would convey Nixon's views on current issues. It would help to be an engine room of Nixon's ex-presidential political life so that he would be as vital a political figure as an ex-president almost as he was when he was in the White House. That would have been something very unusual. Of course, then Watergate intervened, took Nixon into a position of being, in a poll of historians in the mid-1970s, considered the worst president in American history. He was determined to restore his reputation, to work as hard as he could to ensure that the American people and historians would see him in a better light. That took 20 years, and to a great extent, he succeeded.
If I could jump in,
sure, Bill.
I think Michael goes a long way towards explaining one of the great mysteries of Richard Nixon's career. Why did he tape record everything that went on in the White House? It's because he had a very elaborate plan for keeping his records and for remaining active in his post-presidential years. You know, everything Richard Nixon did was a product of calculation, and I think even his period after he left the White House was calculated because he knew his strength was foreign policy. That's the way he could resurrect his reputation, and to a considerable extent, he succeeded.
Very well. Let's see now the sentiments of a caller from North Carolina, please.
Yes, sir. I was coming out of high school at the time Nixon resigned, so I remember the incident well. And, in fact, I knew him quite well because my father had supported him for years and knew the background quite well. And I used to argue with my dad about him, but I want to bring up a point that I kind of agree with my father about after all these years. And what I want to focus on for a minute is the press treatment of Nixon over the years of his career. What I want to touch upon is the fact that even prior to Watergate, it was known as some very influential aspects of the press community, primarily the print medium, had some very adverse judgments about Nixon, very negative, strong opinions. And I think at times they took no prisoners in bringing out some of the very negative character traits, the dark side of Nixon, the aspects that fully came out in Watergate. And the point I want to make is one reason I think Nixon stands out is because the press took no prisoners in bringing those out when it had the opportunity, whereas opposed to other presidents like John F. Kennedy, who was portrayed as a prince, later on we found out he wasn't that way, that there were also very negative things there that the press did not choose to bring out at the time and seemed to emphasize a sort of implied censorship. And if I had a question of Ben Bradley or some of that crew, why did they not bring those out about other presidents when they knew about them, but certainly took full advantage to bring these out about Mr. Nixon?
All right, thank you. Caller from North Carolina. Bill Schneider, answer all those questions.
No, glad it wasn't me.
It's quite true, is it not, that from the Helen Gahagan-Douglas campaign on through his life, Mr. Nixon had a difficult time with the press and was at virtual war on almost all time.
Oh, one of his most famous statements was when after he lost the 1962 California gubernatorial campaign, he said, "You won't have Richard Nixon to kick around anymore." That was a direct challenge to the press. He had a very difficult relationship with them because he had the view, they're all out to get me. And the caller expressed some of that view before.
The suggestion may be the caller is right, and so was he.
Yes, and to a considerable extent, a lot of people in the press were out to get Richard Nixon. But the press tends to be out to get a lot of presidents. John Kennedy, well, he didn't live long enough. He was going down in the polls. He had a very high public opinion rating for all of his presidency. But he might have come in for his share of criticism. Every president does. Kennedy was the darling of the press because he was able to win them over and charm them. I don't know how long that would have lasted. It faded very quickly with Lyndon Johnson, with Jimmy Carter, with George Bush, Ronald Reagan. The press tried to get him. Now, Bill Clinton. The press, every president feels antagonized by the press. I mean, it's part of the job. The press is the institutionalized opposition party. Maybe there was more venom towards Richard Nixon, but they saw him as particularly manipulative and treacherous.
All right, let's continue this as we continue to review the life and the times of the late Richard Nixon, which we'll do right after this. Mr. Nixon died in a New York City hospital, in case you haven't heard the news, Friday evening about 8 minutes past 9 Eastern Time. Part of the duties and responsibilities of making the announcement, and in fact integral to the planning of it, as far as the funeral and the lying in state is concerned, is the White House itself. CNN's Wolf Blitzer has this report.
About 2 hours after former President Richard Nixon died in New York, President Clinton slowly and somberly walked through the colonnade of the White House into the Rose Garden to express his deep condolences.
It is my sad duty to report to the people of the United States that Richard M. Nixon, who served as our 37th president, died this evening in New York City at 9:08 p.m. with his family at his side.
Since his own election, Mr. Clinton had come to consult often with the late president, especially on developments in Russia, China, and elsewhere around the world.
And I was deeply grateful to President Nixon for his wise counsel on so many occasions on many issues over the last year. His service to me and to our country during this period was like the rest of his service to the nation for nearly half-century. He gave of himself with intelligence and devotion to duty, and his country owes him a debt of gratitude for that service.
Beginning at the White House, Mr. Clinton immediately ordered all government flags flown at half-staff for 30 days. As is the custom, there will be a national day of mourning, the day of Mr. Nixon's burial in California.
All Americans, indeed all people throughout the world, owe him what he regarded as the ultimate compliment. He was a statesman who sought to build a lasting structure of peace.
Watergate, the Vietnam War, and other problems Mr. Nixon faced were referred to only obliquely by the president.
To be sure, he experienced his fair share of adversity and controversy, but his resilience and his diligent desire to give something back to this country and to the world provide a lesson for all of us about maintaining our faith in the future.
The president said he spoke with Mr. Nixon's two daughters after learning of the death. Earlier, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, who once was a lawyer on the House Watergate Committee, said she was thinking of Mr. Nixon's family.
You know, it was a year ago, April, that my father died at the age of 81. And so, you know, I was mostly thinking about his daughters.
Former President Gerald Ford, who succeeded Mr. Nixon following his resignation, once again defended his decision to pardon him.
It was the right decision then, and I'm even more convinced some 20 years later it was the right decision today.
At Mr. Nixon's request, there will be no government services in Washington. Mr. Clinton says he will attend the funeral at the Nixon Presidential Library in Yorba Linda, California. His aides say he'll bring along a high-level congressional delegation aboard Air Force One. Many international dignitaries are also expected to attend to pay their last respects. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the White House.
And let's return to our phone calls now. Let's go to the Equality State, Wyoming. You there?
Yes, I am. Reed, I think you put it very aptly when you said that President Nixon was almost prophetic in the field of foreign policy. As we saw in that interview with Bernie Shaw, he foresaw 2 years ago a lot of things that we're seeing come to pass today. Newly liberated countries, more and more embroiled in regional and ethical conflicts. There's much hope, but I still think that there's so much uncertainty out there in the world. The North Korean situation has reached a crisis point, and it seems like these days, with so much perhaps overdue domestic policy concerns, foreign policy has moved off the center stage. And I really don't think that the U.S. can afford to take a passive role. We must be engaged proactively. We cannot have a reactive foreign policy agenda.
Thank you. That call from Wyoming. On to Ohio now. Let's pick up more calls.
Hi there. Yeah. I just wanted to say a little bit here about the fact that, you know, plenty is going to be said in the next few days about Watergate and the trials of Richard Nixon. I think when you look at the situation we have now from a wider viewpoint, you see that this is it's a sad time because you're losing a huge chunk of history here. There's only been so many men that have been president. There are only so many that are still here. And with all the focus that's going to be given in the next few days about Watergate and some of the adversities that he faced, I thought it might be nice to hear a couple of other interesting things you might not hear about Richard Nixon. Sort of humorous, I thought. When he lost the election to John Kennedy in 1960, being the sitting vice president, he was at the inauguration, which is kind of an uncomfortable position, I'm sure, for him. And after the inaugural address, you know, Kennedy's famous speech, he was talking to a friend of his, and he said, you know, I really wish I'd have said some of the things that President Kennedy said today. And the friend he was talking to said, you mean part about ask not what your country can do for you, and he said, no, I was thinking more along the lines of, I do solemnly swear. He used to call in football plays to the Washington Redskins. He was a big football fan. And George Allen finally used one, hoping that Nixon would stop calling him in, and he never did. Play didn't work very well. He was a good friend of Woody Hayes. I'm calling from Columbus. And as a graduate of Ohio State, we hear plenty of references to his friendship with Woody Hayes. And I believe one of his first major public appearances was at Woody Hayes' funeral here in Columbus, where he actually spoke. Richard Nixon used to light a fire in the middle of the summer in a fireplace, turn the air conditioning way up, and just sit and stare in the fire for hours. And he said he got some of his best writing done that way. He could reflect better. And personally, I think one interesting fact is that when I was 16 years old, I sent him a short letter. I've always been interested in politics and the presidency especially. It's been a hobby of mine. And sent him a short letter just saying, if he would have time to respond to me. And within just a few weeks, I received a package from the president. And there was a very warm letter to me. And he had taken the time to send an autographed photograph. And he's the only president that I've written to that's managed to do that on the first letter I've ever sent to him. I have them from all of them except for Reagan, who in 14 years hasn't had the time to send me one. And I sent an awful lot of letters, but Nixon was the first president to send me one the first try, and I thought that was something he really didn't have to do. He went out of his way, and I appreciated that, and I think we lost a great man today.
All right, thank you. Sentiments of Ohio. At bottom, Mr. Nixon was a Californian and a native son of that state. Unusual to have reached all the way to the highest office in that regard, particularly, and that, of course, is the place at which he will ultimately come to rest. CNN's Ann McDermott can tell us a little more about Mr. Nixon and the California politics.
Richard Nixon was born in this old farmhouse in California, and California is where he began his other life, his life of politics. When he came back home to California after World War II, he was invited to run for Congress. Robert Finch, later Nixon's Health, Education, and Welfare Secretary, was one of those urging Nixon and other young men to become Republican candidates. Was Nixon the best of the lot?
I didn't necessarily look at him as presidential material. I knew he was a very able person and very impressive, but there were other more attractive candidates in that same mix.
But it was Nixon who endured, serving 2 terms and eventually winning a bruising campaign against Helen Gahagan Douglas for the Senate. And as Nixon rose, so did California.
What you had after World War II was the shift of political and economic influence and power from the Northeast and even the Middle West to what's known as the Sun Belt.
And the Sun Belt's booming California would go on to become a launching pad for other national stars. But that was later, after Nixon's years as vice president, after the agonizing loss to John F. Kennedy. It was time to go back home again, and time to run for governor of California. Old friends urged him not to run, but a former campaign aide said Nixon had made up his mind.
He knew what he was after, and he was going to get it. He played hardball.
This time, it didn't work. The winner was Edmund Brown, better known as Pat Brown. Some analysts believe that the voters knew Nixon wasn't cut out for state government.
Californians did recognize that Nixon was a terrific foreign policy president and that his interest in domestic policy was much less.
It was a crushing blow.
I want you to know, just think how much you're going to be missed. You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
But he would leave California again for glory and disgrace before finally coming back home one last time. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
And now let's go live back to Robert Vito at Yorba Linda, where we understand that people are still gathering, or gathering even more.
Good evening, Reed. Yeah, I think maybe now there are still about 200 people here at the Nixon Library. People who came to pay their respects, people who brought flowers, laid wreaths, and sang songs for maybe an hour or so to just pay their respects to Mr. Nixon. And there were tears and a lot of remembrance of what happened and what maybe the world will be like now without Mr. Nixon. With me are four people who range in age from 20 to 53, so they have various experiences and feelings about Mr. Nixon and Watergate. The year that you were born, 1974, Mr. Nixon left office. How do you see Watergate, you know, from what you've studied, and Mr. Nixon?
I think Watergate as a whole was just pretty much overblown, and I'm just here to pay respects to a man for what he accomplished, not Watergate and all that he's remembered by.
And you just came here tonight to pay your respects like so many others.
Say goodbye to history, goodbye to an era.
Thanks very much.
You're
Appreciate it. And Vicki, you're 43 years old, so your perspective may be somewhat different. What are some of your thoughts?
Well, I've just been thinking about what he did, how he devoted his life to our country and helping us and to the world, and that just meant a lot to me.
And how do you see Watergate? How did you feel during Watergate about Mr. Nixon?
Well, I think at the time it seemed a lot worse than it seems now. I think a lot of people now don't look at it so terribly. They see that everyone makes mistakes and we get past it.
How do you feel personally?
I think that he maybe was trying too hard to do what he wanted to do, and maybe stepped over some boundaries he shouldn't have. But he's done a lot to make up for it, I think.
And how do you think history might treat him?
I think that way. I think the mood has kind of been that people will look at all the things that he accomplished rather than at Watergate so much.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Stephen, I see you
sir.
were leading the people in song, God Bless America, and other pieces of music. What are some of your thoughts? What brought you here tonight?
I think because this funeral represents the end of an era, of a great statesman, of a great political leader, a time that I think America has not seen, perhaps since Nixon, perhaps a portion of it seen during the Reagan years. I think that we would be doing our country and our posterity a great disservice if we try to teach the current generation in sound bites that Nixon only represents Watergate. I think that history will show that in character and integrity and the type of political openness that Nixon presented for our country, the type of doors that he opened for us overseas with China, that history would be far, far kinder if we would remember him for those accomplishments, unlike our current president. Maybe history will treat Whitewater as lightly as many in the House think that it should be treated, but if President Clinton possessed just a fraction of the type of character, integrity, and political statesmanship that is so representative of the Nixon years and the legacy even post-president years of Nixon, I think that history will be even kinder to him as well. But I am very thankful for this opportunity as an American, foremost, not an African American, as an American, to be here in Yorba Linda, to represent my president, to represent my fellow citizens, and to say this is a sad day for America. But it's also an opportunity for us to go on from here, to encourage Americans to learn more about this president. And that's why this library here was established, so that people would not depend on the 9 o'clock news, and maybe not even CNN, but to delve into the books and to see what this president was all about, and to see that he did offer America far more than the Watergate scandal.
Good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dennis Hiddle?
Yes.
You're 53 years old. You're closer to my age. What memories do you have of Watergate, and how do you feel now?
Well, I see Mr. Nixon as a man of real stature. You know, the Bible says, a righteous man will fall 7 times, but he'll rise up again. And Mr. Nixon, I consider him as a friend. And, you know, friend...
well, how did you feel during Watergate back then?
First of all, I didn't believe it, okay? Then the second thing, I thought, well, other presidents have done this and they got away with it, and they're just sticking this man. And then the third thing is it really grieved me. But I'm loyal to my friends, aren't you? I mean, that's what friends are for. When a friend is down, it says a friend in need is a friend indeed. And I want to consider myself a friend of this president.
He will be missed. Thank you very much. Reed, back to you.
All right, thank you, Robert Vito, live from Yorba Linda. And we understand that the Kremlin is also going to have something shortly to say about the passing of Richard Nixon. And when Mr. Yeltsin's statement comes out, we'll have that for you as well. We're going to round out this half hour next, though, with your phone calls. So stay with us, won't you?
How do you want to be remembered? I would say that my goal at this late stage in my life is to be remembered as one who made a difference, particularly in the areas in which I've been primarily interested, the areas of foreign policy, peace, freedom, free markets, democracy around the world. Made a difference in moving the world a bit, and the United States, of course, in that direction. Because what helps the rest of the world helps us.
Let us now catch up with some calls. Let's go to New Jersey.
Hi, this is Mike calling you from Byram Township, New Jersey. I'm absolutely devastated by this. I've idolized President Nixon for many years. I went and waited outside his house in Saddle River back in 1988, and I and my friends had ourselves alone with him. He came out walking his dog. He had no Secret Service by that point, and I don't think I've ever met anybody that's been as nice as he was to us. I asked him once, because we would mail him stuff and have book signs, and I asked him, you know, why do you sign all this? You get so much mail. And he said he felt he owed it to the people that stuck with him for all these years. It's just very, very hard to lose somebody that I've liked this much for this many years. And I've just been, the last 5 days, just been watching the news and sticking by the radio and sticking by the TV, praying for him. It's very hard.
All right, we appreciate your sentiments. Let's go to the state of Vermont.
I'd like to also echo some of the comments that were just said by the man from New Jersey. I followed President Nixon's career since I was a young lad, and I think he's a great, great man. I always remember the story about him visiting his mother when she was very ill, and him telling his mother, "Don't give up," and she turned to him and said, "Dick, don't you ever give up." And I think that's the way he lived his life. And I think the one thing that we can all feel fortunate about, those of us who really respected and loved President Nixon, is that rather than hang on and maybe live life and not be able to live the way he had lived, the full life, and being in the arena all the time, that maybe the best thing was, if he wasn't going to be able to live life the way he wanted, was for him to have passed on peacefully. But I think the world is going to miss President Nixon. He was one of a kind, and he's been on the political scene for so long, for all of my life, that it's hard to believe that President Nixon is no longer with us. We're really going to miss him.
All right, thank you, Indiana. Pardon me, Vermont. Let's go to Indiana. We have that on our mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think that President Nixon, I've been a Democrat all my life, but I admire a lot of what Mr. Nixon has done, and I think that the people nowadays in politics should take from his example. He had every reason in the world not to have anything to do with politics in the United States since the Watergate deal, but he overlooked that and still held with his true beliefs in this country and fought for what he felt was right and to make things better in the world. And I think the politicians that we have today need to take an example of that and quit trying to blast everybody that gets in office and give them a chance and follow his example that, you know, no matter what happened to him, that his country came first. And I just think the country would be a lot better off if more people were like him and you know, swallowed his pride and you know, just went on and fought for the country like he did. And it's just a shame that, you know, this Watergate stuff has to be brought up constantly about him. Why don't they just, you know, try to teach the kids about the good things about him? You know, everybody makes mistakes. I wouldn't want to be ridiculed the rest of my life for one mistake, and I don't feel that he should be either. And I just believe that politicians nowadays ought to just quit trying to kill each other off with slander and all that stuff, and just try to help each other out.
Very well. Indiana, let's go to Florida now. Caller?
Well, I'm a young Democrat who worked very hard for President Clinton, and I watched tonight as the president came on television and announced that our President Nixon had died. I'm young, as I said, and I wasn't, I was growing up during the Nixon administration. I called my mother tonight in Arkansas, where I met President Nixon, as a matter of fact, and Governor Clinton, and asked her what she thought. And she cried. She said, Tim, history will show this man as a great president. And I thought about that, and I've studied him many times in my political science classes, and heard and seen all the terrible things written about him in Watergate. And I think that as we as young Americans can hone in on the many openings internationally, that because of him, we can look today to peace around in the Soviet Union and better relations in China. And even though I don't agree with many of the domestic policies that he carried out, I do think that internationally he was a man to look at and to really respect. And I think it is a great loss for our country that a great man, a great president like him had to pass on from us. And I'm very proud of our president that came on tonight, and you could see the respect that our President Clinton had for him in making the announcement of his death tonight, and we were saddened by his death.
All right, thank you, Florida, and all the other states that we managed to get in this little span of time. We should tell you at the top of the hour we are going to replay the remarks that Mr. Nixon had at the dedication of his library in Yorba Linda back in 1990. So stay with us for that, as we'll continue in a minute. The former President Richard M. Nixon died Friday evening, the hospital says, at 9:08 p.m. Eastern Time. In the ensuing period, CNN has been reviewing portions of his life, what some people thought, what some people felt, and how it is going to go from here. The funeral service will be at Yorba Linda, California, Wednesday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Mr. Nixon has chosen, and his family has chosen, not to have the body lay in state at all in the nation's capital, as has been the wont with many of the previously passing presidents. It's on to California for the final rites. And we'll have more of that 1990 speech that dedicated that very place right after some up-to-date headlines now from Brian Christie. Brian?
Thank you, Reed. Some of the stories we're following right now. The next few hours could see a dramatic change in the besieged Bosnian town of Gorazde. The UN Special Envoy says Bosnian Serbs agreed Friday to a ceasefire to begin at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. That's about 14 hours ahead of NATO's new deadline for Serbs to withdraw their forces 1.9 miles from the center of the besieged UN safe haven or face airstrikes. NATO also threatened airstrikes if Serbs attack the other UN safe havens. President Clinton warned the Serbs to take NATO's decision seriously.
This decision provides NATO forces with broader authority to respond to Bosnian Serb attacks. The Bosnian Serbs should not doubt NATO's willingness to act. Working through NATO and working along with Russia and others, we are determined to save innocent lives, to raise the price for aggression, and to help bring the parties back to a negotiated settlement.
NATO's ultimatum, made at President Clinton's urging, also warns the Serbs to stop hindering UN troop movement in and out of Gorazde. Hillary Rodham Clinton held a press conference of her own Friday defending her investments in Whitewater and in commodities. The First Lady fielded questions for more than an hour. She says she did not get any preferential treatment with her successful commodity trades. She said Whitewater is being beaten like the deadest horse it is. The small Alabama town of Wedowee is now going to have, it's going to be big enough to have 2 high school proms this weekend. Some black students organized their own prom after the high school principal threatened to cancel the evening if interracial couples showed up. The principal has since withdrawn his threat, and the regular prom will also go ahead as planned. CNN continues now with live coverage following the death of former President Richard Nixon. Here's Reed Collins with more. Reed.
Brian, thank you very much. Mr. Nixon, as we say, passed away at 9:08 Friday evening at the hospital in New York City to which he'd been taken when he suffered a stroke on Monday. In 1990, the president dedicated the place where he will be buried finally on Wednesday evening, the Yorba Linda Richard Nixon Library, and this is what he had to say at that time.
Well, Mr. President, may I express my deep appreciation for that much too generous introduction. Over the past 44 years since I've been in public life, I have been introduced to literally thousands of audiences all over the world. This is the first time I've ever been introduced by the President of the United States. And I express my appreciation to my other colleagues, former presidents, for their very gracious comments, not only about me, but particularly about my wife, Pat. This is a very special day for us. And I think that I speak for all of those in this great audience today in expressing appreciation, not only to President Bush and Barbara Bush, but also to President Ford and President Reagan and their ladies, that they are here today. This is a very special occasion because there are 4 presidents here. But what makes it even more special is that for the first time in the inauguration of a library, 4 first ladies are here. I think all of my colleagues would agree that there is no more important a position for our career that a woman could have than to be a First Lady, the wife of the President of the United States. Or as First Lady Barbara Bush might put it, in the future, there could be no more important career for a man than to be the husband of the President of the United States. And I want to express appreciation to all of you who have made this facility possible, and to all of you who have come on this day to participate in this ceremony with us. It's been a great day for us, and it's one that we will always remember. Over the past years, Pat and I have had the opportunity to visit some wonderful places. We've been to Versailles, we've been to Westminster, to the Kremlin, to the Great Wall of China, to Angkor Wat in Cambodia. I must say that many of them were memorable experiences, all of them were in fact, but nothing we have ever seen matches this moment, to be welcomed home again so warmly on this day by our friends in California. I hope all of you will have an opportunity to take a tour of the library. And I hope that you will, when you see there, you will share some of the things that my colleagues, the former presidents, and President Bush have referred to. What you will see, among other things, is a personal life, the influence of a strong family, of inspirational ministers, of great teachers. You will see a political life, running for Congress, running for the Senate, running for governor, running for president, 3 times. Won some, lost some. All interesting. And you will see also the life of a great nation, 77 years of it, a period in which we had unprecedented progress for the United States. And you will see great leaders who changed the world, who helped to make the world what we have today. Seeing those things will certainly be interesting. But let me remind you that when you go through this library, I hope you will remember that while the past is interesting, it is important only insofar as it points the way to a better future. And that is why we are here today, to talk about that better future. As I look back over life, I can think what has happened in the years since I was born in this little house 71 years ago. I have many memories, some of them good, some of them not so good. But I do know that as far as that life is concerned, I am glad that I had the opportunity to come from here and go as far as I have. Let me say that as far as the past is concerned, though, remember, what is important is what it tells us about the future. My friend Paul McCracken from the University of Michigan sent me a little poem that graphically makes that point. He said, the lightning bug is brilliant, but it doesn't have a mind. It travels through creation with its headlight on behind. And so, as far as we're concerned, let us learn from the past, but let us always keep our headlight on the road ahead. Looking back over the years, when I think of what has happened in those 70 years, those 77 years, I remember that 70 years ago in that little house, I used to lie in bed. I'd hear a train whistle in the middle of the night, and I would dream of places far away that I hoped to visit someday. I never dreamed that I would ever have the opportunity to visit over 80 countries during the period of my lifetime. And I must say that as far as those visits are concerned, they taught me something. You will hear sometimes these days that the United States is in decline, that we have seen our best days. You will hear that the United States no longer has the means or the will to play a great role in the world. Don't you believe it? I can tell you what I have found in my travels. In my travels to other countries, I have found some people who like us. I have found some people who envy us. I have found some people who hate us. But most of the people in the world know in their hearts that without the leadership of the United States of America, peace and freedom would not survive in the world. And it is our privilege to provide that leadership. And that is why I would trust that all of you here and all of you listening on television and radio would give President Bush your wholehearted support as he works for that kind of leadership for the United States of America. This is not a burden to be borne grimly, but it's a great challenge. Look at what the challenge is. I was born a year before World War I began. And in my lifetime, more people were killed in wars than in all the wars fought in the history of civilization before the 20th century began. Our challenge today is looking ahead to deal with that problem. The 20th century will be remembered as a century of war. Our challenge is to help make the 21st century a century of peace. But peace is not our only goal. Our goal also is to remember why we are here, what America really means to the world. And so as we consider our challenges beyond peace, let history record that we just did not save the world from communism, but that we helped to make the world safe for freedom. That is the great challenge for Americans today. Let our goal be that all people in the world can enjoy what most Americans enjoy, the blessings of freedom, of justice, of progress. That was a dream that was impossible in times past. But because of recent developments, it is a dream that can now come true. And so with this challenge in mind, let us look also to where we have been and where we are going. As I look back on those years, 77 in all, but I remember that in the period of that time that I have seen many things happen in the world. And I know that as I stand here, that we are very fortunate as Americans to have played a role in what has happened. In 1971, after a White House state dinner, a splendid musical group from California entertained the audience. At the conclusion of the program, the chairman, or I should say the leader of the group, asked to say a few words. He expressed appreciation for being invited to appear at the White House. And then he concluded by saying, you know, it's a long way from Watts to the White House. He was right. But let me tell you, it's a long way from Yorba Linda to the White House, too. I have made that journey, and I want to see a country in which every young American can have the opportunity to make that journey. It doesn't mean that all will make it. We all can't be president. We all can't be congressmen or senators or governors. Well, I found that out. But on the other hand, let us always make sure for the young Americans that the road ahead is never blocked by prejudice or ignorance or poverty, and that he or she can go